Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. She saw him every day, the man who stood at the corner of her street, always watching. But when she finally confronted him, he only smiled and walked away. The next morning, his shadow remained on the sidewalk perfectly still, perfectly intact. The shadow appeared as a dark silhouette against the pale concrete, cast by no visible body, yet unmistakably human in its outline. It was as if someone had painted it there with the deepest black ink, a perfect cutout of a man standing with hands in pockets, head slightly tilted in observation. The residents of Maple Street in the quiet town of Blackwood stared at it in confusion, some walking around it cautiously, others stopping to take photographs. No one knew what to make of it, least of all Catherine Ellison, the woman who had seen the stranger every day for the past 3 weeks. Detective James Morrill arrived at noon, the quiet hum of his sedan barely disturbing the neighborhood's stillness. He stepped out of his car with unhurried movements, his weathered leather shoes pressing into the asphalt as he approached the gathered crowd. His eyes, gray like the sky above, took in the strange sight with professional detachment. 23 years on the force had taught him to observe first, react later. "How long has it been here?" he asked, his voice low and measured, notebook already open in his hand. The pencil made a soft scratching sound against the paper as he noted the date and time. "Since morning," an elderly man replied, leaning on his cane. "My wife noticed it around 6:30 when she was walking our dog." Detective Morrill nodded, then crouched beside the shadow. It had no depth, no texture different from the sidewalk, yet it was clearly there, a perfect absence of light in the shape of a man. He reached out but stopped short of touching it. Something about the shadow seemed almost sacred in its stillness, a monument to something not yet understood. "Has anyone tried to wash it away?" he asked, looking up at the small gathering of neighbors. A woman in a blue cardigan stepped forward. "Mr. Peterson tried hosing it down. Water just passes over it like it's part of the concrete." The detective's attention shifted to Catherine Ellison, who stood slightly apart from the others. Her arms were wrapped tightly around herself, fingers digging into the fabric of her light jacket. There was something in her stance, a tension that spoke of more than mere curiosity. "You've seen something," he stated rather than asked. Catherine's eyes, wide and tinged with something between fear and wonder, met his. "I saw him," she said, her voice barely audible over the whisper of autumn leaves skittering across the road. "The man who left this shadow." The crowd parted as Detective Morrill guided Catherine away from the curious onlookers toward a bench beneath an old oak tree. The wood creaked softly as they sat down, the detective maintaining a respectful distance, his notepad resting on his knee. "Tell me about him," he prompted gently. Catherine stared at her hands, which trembled slightly despite her efforts to keep them still. "He started appearing about 3 weeks ago, always at dusk, always on that corner." She nodded toward the spot where the shadow now lay. "He just stood there watching my house, never moving, never approaching." "Did you report this?" A ghost of a smile touched her lips. To say what? That a man was standing on a public street. He wasn't trespassing. He wasn't threatening me. He was just watching. Detective Morrill nodded, understanding her hesitation. The weight of unspoken fear often kept people silent until it was too late. What did he look like? "Ordinary," Catherine replied, her brow furrowing as she searched for details. "Medium height, medium build, always wore a dark coat even when the days were warm. His face." She paused, struggling. I could never quite see his face clearly. It was like trying to remember someone from a dream. The detective made a note, his pencil moving quietly across the page. And yesterday, what changed yesterday? Catherine's breath caught audibly. I couldn't take it anymore. The constant watching, the feeling of being studied. I walked right up to him and asked what he wanted. Her voice dropped to a whisper. He didn't speak. He just smiled a strange, sad smile and walked away. I followed him to the end of the block, but when he turned the corner, he was gone. And now his shadow remains, Detective Morrill concluded, his voice betraying no judgment, only a calm acceptance of the inexplicable. The investigation that followed yielded little in the way of conventional answers. House-to-house inquiries revealed that while several residents had noticed the strange man in passing, none could provide a detailed description. Security cameras from nearby homes had captured nothing but static during the times when Catherine claimed to have seen him. The shadow itself defied scientific explanation. It couldn't be removed by any means, and upon examination, it appeared to be nothing more than a darker variation of the sidewalk's material, as if the concrete itself had changed color in that exact shape. 2 days after the shadow's appearance, a package arrived at Catherine's door. Plain brown paper, no return address, no note inside. Just an old leather-bound journal with yellowed pages filled with spidery handwriting. Detective Morrill sat across from Catherine at her kitchen table as she carefully turned the fragile pages. The soft ticking of the wall clock marked the passing minutes as they pieced together the journal's disturbing contents. "It's a record," Catherine said, her finger tracing the faded ink. "Dates, locations, names. The earliest entry is from 1897. Detective Morrill leaned forward, the wooden chair creaking beneath his weight. All these people, did they see the same man? "I think so," she replied, a chill creeping through her despite the warmth of the kitchen. "Listen to this entry, April 3, 1923. Margaret Winters reported a silent observer outside her home for 16 consecutive evenings. When confronted, he departed without a word. The following morning, a perfect shadow remained where he had stood. 3 days later, Margaret Winters was found." Catherine's voice faltered. "Found what?" the detective prompted, though something in his expression suggested he already anticipated the answer. "Found perfectly preserved in her bed, no signs of life or death, existing in a state the medical examiner could not classify," Catherine finished, her hands trembling as she closed the journal. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Outside, the afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows across the room, natural shadows that stretched and moved with the setting sun, unlike the one that remained fixed on the sidewalk outside. "There are dozens of cases in here," Catherine said finally, "spanning over a century, different locations, different witnesses, but always the same pattern. The silent watcher, the confrontation, the shadow left behind, and then the preservation," Detective Morrill completed, his professional detachment slipping for the first time, revealing a flicker of genuine concern. That evening, as darkness settled over Blackwood, Catherine sat alone in her living room, the journal open on her lap, its pages illuminated by a single lamp. Detective Morrill had advised her to stay with friends or family, but something kept her rooted to her home, a strange acceptance of whatever was to come. The sound came just after midnight, not a knock, but a soft sliding noise, like something being pushed under her front door. Catherine moved through the darkened house, each step deliberate and measured, no longer driven by fear but by a resigned curiosity. On the floor by the door lay a small, yellowed photograph. She picked it up with steady fingers, turning it toward the light. The image showed a group of people standing before an imposing Victorian house, their faces solemn in the manner of early photography. But it was the figure at the edge of the frame that drew her eye, a man in a dark coat, his face blurred not by the camera's limitations but by something else, something that made him seem slightly out of alignment with the reality captured in the photograph. Catherine returned to her seat, placing the photograph alongside the journal. She understood now what the stranger was: not a stalker, not a threat in any conventional sense, but a collector of sorts. A witness to the extraordinary, drawn to those who could perceive the thin places where reality wore thin. In the soft light of her living room, Catherine Ellison waited for morning, knowing that when it came, her shadow might be found perfectly cast upon the floor, separated from the body that should have created it. And somewhere in Blackwood, Detective James Morrill would add another entry to the journal, continuing a record that had begun long before either of them was born and would likely continue long after they were gone. Outside, beneath the silver light of a waning moon, the shadow on the sidewalk remained a perfect silhouette, evidence of a presence that existed in the spaces between what is seen and what is known, between the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. Story 2. The crayon drawing appeared on Ms. Alina Marsh's desk one Tuesday afternoon in October, after the children of Pinewood Elementary had filed out for recess. The paper was standard issue, slightly textured and cream-colored, the kind schools purchased by the case. 4 stick figures stood beneath a yellow sun, their bodies formed with the careful determination of a 5-year-old hand. A house with a triangular roof and 4 square windows loomed in the background, a thin spiral of smoke rising from a brick chimney. Alina might have dismissed it as just another artwork awaiting placement on the overcrowded bulletin board, except for the names carefully printed beneath each figure, not in a child's uneven scrawl, but in the practiced hand of someone who had recently mastered lowercase letters. Mommy, Daddy, Emma, and beneath the smallest figure, drawn slightly apart from the others, Charlie. The classroom was empty now, silent except for the soft hum of the air conditioning and the distant shouts of children at play. Alina ran her finger across the name, Charlie. She had no student named Charlie in her kindergarten class of 23. Emma Dawson was certainly there, a quiet girl with watchful eyes and honey-colored braids who rarely spoke unless spoken to. When the children returned, cheeks flushed from the autumn air, Alina held up the drawing. "Who left this on my desk?" she asked, keeping her voice light and curious. Emma's hand rose slowly, her eyes fixed not on Alina but on the drawing itself. "It's lovely, Emma," Alina said, walking to the girl's desk. "Can you tell me about it?" "That's my family," Emma replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "That's me and Mommy and Daddy." Her finger touched each figure in turn. "And who's this?" Alina asked, pointing to the 4th figure, smaller than the rest. "That's Charlie," Emma said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "He's my brother." The statement settled in the quiet classroom like a stone dropped in still water. Alina knew the Dawsons. Parent-teacher conferences had been just 3 weeks earlier, and Meredith Dawson had mentioned being grateful that Emma was their only child, allowing her to return to her architectural firm full-time now that Emma was in school. That evening, Alina called Meredith Dawson. The conversation began casually enough: Emma's progress, her adjustment to kindergarten, her emerging reading skills. Then, carefully, Alina mentioned the drawing. "Emma drew her family today," she said. "She included someone named Charlie. She said he was her brother." The silence on the other end of the line stretched so long that Alina checked to see if the call had dropped. Mrs. Dawson. Emma is an only child, Ms. Marsh. Meredith's voice was controlled, each word precisely chosen. There is no Charlie in our family. There never has been. The following day, Alina watched Emma more closely. The girl seemed ordinary enough. She played with blocks during free time, ate her lunch of sliced apples and a peanut butter sandwich, and took her turn at the water fountain without pushing or being pushed. During story time, she sat cross-legged like the others, but her eyes sometimes drifted to the empty space beside her, as if watching someone only she could see. When the children were at music class, Alina slipped Emma's file from the cabinet. Emergency contacts, vaccination records, the intake form with family details all confirmed what Meredith had said. Emma was listed as the only child of Meredith and James Dawson. No siblings, no Charlie. It might have ended there, a child's imagination, perhaps a wished-for brother, or a character from a favorite story brought to life in crayon and paper. But on Thursday, Emma arrived with a small action figure clutched in her hand. "What do you have there, Emma?" Alina asked during morning check-in. "It's for Charlie," Emma said. "He forgot it at home yesterday and was sad." The plastic superhero, its paint chipped at the edges, looked well loved. Alina made a note to speak with the school counselor. That afternoon, during parent pickup, Alina approached Meredith Dawson's silver SUV. Emma had already been buckled into her booster seat, her backpack stowed on the floor. "Mrs. Dawson, could I speak with you for a moment?" Meredith stepped away from the car, arms crossing over her tailored blazer. "Is something wrong?" "Emma brought a toy to school today," Alina said, "for Charlie." Something flickered across Meredith's face, not surprise, not confusion, but something harder to name. Fear, perhaps, or resignation. "We're working through some things at home," Meredith said, her voice lowered though no one stood near them in the pickup lane. "Emma's been seeing a child psychologist for the past few months. Dr. Leone says this type of imaginary relationship isn't uncommon." Alina nodded, though something about the explanation felt incomplete. "I understand. I just wanted to make sure everything was all right." "Everything's fine," Meredith said, the words coming too quickly. "Thank you for your concern." 2 weeks passed. Emma continued to mention Charlie, occasionally saving a seat for him at the craft table, whispering to the empty air beside her during quiet reading time. The school counselor, after observing Emma for a day, agreed with the family psychologist's assessment. "An imaginary friend," she said, "perfectly normal developmental behavior." Then came the fall festival, when Pinewood Elementary opened its doors on a Saturday, transforming classrooms into carnival games and craft stations. Families moved through the building, children leading parents by the hand to show off projects and favorite spots. The Dawsons arrived at 11, Emma running ahead to the bean bag toss while her parents followed more slowly. Alina greeted James Dawson for the first time since the start of the school year, noting his tired eyes and the way his hand never left his wife's lower back, as if providing constant support. "Emma's doing wonderfully," Alina told them. "She's really coming out of her shell." James nodded, but his attention was fixed on Emma, who was arranging a second bean bag beside her own as she waited for her turn. "Has she mentioned Charlie to you?" he asked suddenly. Meredith's fingers tightened around her husband's arm, but he continued, "We've tried everything the doctors suggested, acknowledging the friend without encouraging the fantasy, setting boundaries, but it's getting worse, not better." James, Meredith warned. She needs to know, Mur, he said, if Emma's talking about him at school. Not here, Meredith said, pulling him aside. Alina watched them move to a quiet corner of the hallway, their conversation intense but inaudible over the festival noise. When they returned, James looked defeated, and Meredith's perfect composure seemed brittle at the edges. We'd appreciate it, Meredith said, if you'd call us directly if Emma mentions Charlie again, or if she does anything unusual. 3 days later, during afternoon reading time, Emma approached Alina's desk with a library book clutched to her chest. Can I read this to Charlie? She asked. He likes dinosaur stories. Alina walked Emma back to her desk and knelt beside her. Emma, where's Charlie right now? Emma pointed to the empty chair beside her. Right there, can't you see him? No, sweetheart, I can't, Alina said gently. Can you tell me more about Charlie? How old is he? He's 7, Emma said, opening the dinosaur book. He's in 2nd grade, but he's home today because his throat hurts. The detail gave Alina pause. Such specificity was unusual for an imaginary friend. Has Charlie always been your brother? She asked. Emma looked up, her expression suddenly adult and serious. Charlie's always been my brother, she said, even when they pretend he's not. That evening, Alina drove to the address listed in Emma's file. The Dawson home sat in a quiet subdivision of similarly styled houses, 2 stories, brick facade, neatly trimmed hedges. As she pulled into the driveway, she questioned her decision to come. This was beyond professional boundaries, perhaps even inappropriate, but something about Emma's words and the Dawsons' behavior had disturbed her too deeply to ignore. Meredith answered the door, surprise evident in her widened eyes. Ms. Marsh, is something wrong? I apologize for coming unannounced, Alina said, but Emma said something today that concerned me. Reluctantly, Meredith invited her in. The house was immaculate, hardwood floors gleaming, furnishings tastefully arranged, no evidence of a child's presence in the formal living room where she was seated. What did she say? Meredith asked, perching on the edge of an armchair. She said Charlie is 7 in 2nd grade and home with a sore throat, Alina replied. Those aren't the kind of details children usually invent. Meredith's posture stiffened. As I told you, Emma is seeing a specialist, children with vivid imaginations. I saw her records, Mrs. Dawson. Emma has no siblings. That's correct. Has she ever had a brother? Alina pressed, aware she was overstepping but unable to stop. Did something happen to a child named Charlie? The sound of the front door opening interrupted them. James Dawson stepped into the room, his expression changing from mild confusion to alarm at the sight of Alina. What's going on? He asked. Ms. Marsh is concerned about Emma's imaginary brother, Meredith said, the quotation marks audible in her tone. James sank onto the sofa, suddenly looking much older than his 40-something years. We can't keep doing this, Mur, he said. It's not working. James, don't. There was a Charlie, wasn't there? Alina asked quietly. James looked up, his eyes meeting Alina's. Yes and no, he said. Charlie was our son. Stop, Meredith whispered, but there was defeat in her voice. Charlie is 7 years old, James continued. He lives with my sister in Colorado, has since he was 3. I don't understand, Alina said. Charlie has severe autism, James explained, while Meredith turned away, one hand pressed to her mouth. Nonverbal, self-injurious behaviors. We tried for years, but the specialists, the therapies, nothing worked. Meredith was on the verge of a breakdown. My sister's a special education teacher. She offered to take him just temporarily at first. But Emma remembers him, Alina said. They must have been very young when they were separated. Emma was 2, James said. She shouldn't remember him at all. That's what the psychologist said. We never talk about him. There are no pictures. We moved to this house after he left. Why not just tell her the truth? Alina asked. That her brother lives with his aunt. Because it wasn't supposed to be permanent, Meredith said, her voice hollow. It was supposed to be temporary until we found the right treatment program, until we could handle him again. But years passed and Charlie settled in with my sister-in-law, and we never found the right time to bring him home. Or to tell Emma, James added. And now she asks for him, draws pictures of him, saves seats for him, as if some part of her remembers or knows. Alina thought of the empty chair beside Emma, the careful arrangement of toys and books for an absent brother. She deserves to know, she said softly. Children understand more than we give them credit for. That night, Alina lay awake, thinking of Charlie, a real boy living hundreds of miles away, separated from a sister who somehow sensed his absence, who created space for him despite never being told he existed. She thought of the Dawsons, trapped in a lie that had started as a temporary solution and hardened into a painful secret. And she wondered about memory, how it persists, how it finds expression even when buried beneath years of silence and careful omission. How a child who supposedly never existed could remain so vividly present in his sister's life, rendering visible what the adults around her had determined to keep invisible. The next morning, Emma arrived at school with a new drawing. This one showed 5 figures: Mommy, Daddy, Emma, Charlie, and a woman Emma identified as Auntie Kate. When Alina asked about it, Emma smiled a real smile that reached her usually solemn eyes. Mommy says we're going to visit Charlie soon, she said. He lives far away with Auntie Kate because he needs special help, but he's still my brother. Alina hung the drawing on the bulletin board in the center where everyone could see it. A family reunion drawn before it happened, a brother reclaimed not from imagination but from silence. The child who never existed but always had, finding his way home, one crayon stroke at a time. Story 3, the thin blue glow of the computer monitor was the only light in Rebecca Martin's home office. Outside, rain tapped gently against the window panes, creating a soothing rhythm that contrasted with the unease settling in her stomach. It was 2:43 a.m. on a Tuesday in October, and Rebecca should have been asleep. Instead, she sat perfectly still, her face illuminated by footage from her newly installed security system. The previous night, while Rebecca had been at her mother's celebrating a birthday, her home security app had pinged with an alert. Motion detected. Front door. 9:47 p.m. By the time she'd seen the notification and checked the live feed, nothing seemed amiss. But something about it bothered her enough that she couldn't sleep without reviewing the archived footage. Just to be sure, she whispered to herself, the words hanging in the empty room. Rebecca's home was modest but carefully arranged, a 2-bedroom craftsman on the outskirts of Cedar Falls, Iowa, where autumn leaves now carpeted the lawn. She'd lived alone since her divorce 3 years ago, finding comfort in the controlled solitude. Every item had its place. Every routine was carefully maintained. Detective Nathan Fowler would later note in his report how Rebecca's methodical nature made what happened next all the more disturbing. The security footage showed Rebecca's front porch at 9:45 p.m. Nothing unusual at first, just the gentle sway of the porch swing in the evening breeze, the soft glow of the porch light casting long shadows. Then at 9:47, a figure appeared at the edge of the frame, tall, wearing dark clothing and a mask that covered most of their face. The figure approached the door with purpose, not the hurried movements of a typical burglar, but the confident stride of someone who belonged there. They produced a key, an actual key, and inserted it into the lock. The door opened without resistance, no forced entry, no broken windows, just a clean, quiet entrance that wouldn't disturb the neighbors. Rebecca's breath caught in her throat. She had changed the locks after her divorce. Only she had keys to this house. The intruder moved through Rebecca's home with unsettling familiarity. They didn't search randomly or rummage through drawers. Instead, they walked directly to specific locations: the hallway closet where Rebecca kept financial documents, the kitchen drawer that contained spare keys, the bedroom where her jewelry box sat on the dresser. "They know my house," Rebecca whispered to the empty room. "They know where everything is." Her fingers trembled slightly as she fast-forwarded through the footage. The intruder spent exactly 17 minutes inside before heading toward the front door. Just before exiting, they paused in the entryway where another camera was mounted. Something, perhaps a sound or a notification, made them look up directly into the lens. For a brief moment, their hand reached up and adjusted the mask, which had slipped slightly. In that instant, a portion of their face became visible in the glow of the porch light streaming through the window. Rebecca's coffee mug slipped from her fingers and shattered on the hardwood floor. She didn't notice. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the screen, where her own face was staring back at her from beneath the partially lifted mask. Same eyes, same distinctive mole near her right eyebrow. Same expression of careful concentration she recognized from her own mirror. It was her face, but she had been at her mother's house, 20 miles away, surrounded by family who could verify her whereabouts. Detective Fowler received Rebecca's call at 3:17 a.m. His partner, Detective Elaine Mercer, later described him as unshakable, a 20-year veteran who had seen everything from domestic disturbances to homicides without losing his composed demeanor. But something about this case unsettled him from the beginning. "The footage is clear," Fowler told Mercer as they reviewed it together in the station's dim viewing room the next morning. "It's either the world's most unlikely coincidence, an elaborate mask, or what?" Mercer asked, leaning forward to study the paused frame showing the intruder's partially revealed face. Fowler didn't answer immediately. The resemblance was undeniable: the same facial structure, the same features as the woman who had sat across from them earlier that morning, visibly shaken but articulate as she recounted discovering the footage. "We need to verify her whereabouts," Fowler finally said, "and we need to find out if anyone else had access to those keys." Rebecca's alibi checked out perfectly. 12 family members confirmed her presence at her mother's house throughout the evening in question. Photos and videos from the birthday celebration showed her cutting cake at 9:52 p.m., 5 minutes after the intruder had entered her home. The investigation turned to Rebecca's ex-husband, Michael Martin, a software engineer who had moved to Chicago after their divorce. Financial records showed he was struggling with debt. Records indicated he was in Cedar Falls the weekend before the break-in, allegedly visiting his brother. But why would he wear a mask that looked like her? Mercer wondered aloud during their third day of investigation. And how would he know exactly where everything was? Rebecca said she'd rearranged the house since he moved out. The break came from an unexpected source, Rebecca's home security company. When technicians examined the system remotely, they discovered something unusual. The timestamps on the footage didn't align with the server logs. The 17 minutes of recorded intrusion had actually been uploaded to Rebecca's cloud storage from an external source. Someone had hacked into her security system and inserted pre-recorded footage. Digital forensics revealed the sophistication of the hack. The intrusion footage had been created using advanced compositing techniques, layering a masked figure into genuine recordings of Rebecca's empty house. The face revealed beneath the mask wasn't actually Rebecca's face at all, but a digitally altered version designed to create that exact moment of recognition and horror. Someone wanted you to see your own face looking back at you, Detective Fowler told Rebecca gently as they sat in her living room a week after her initial report. Someone wanted you to feel violated in the most personal way possible. The question of who had orchestrated such an elaborate deception led investigators down a winding path. Not to Rebecca's ex-husband, who despite his financial troubles had a solid alibi, but to someone much closer, someone who had been inside Rebecca's home multiple times in recent months. Allison Weaver had been Rebecca's friend for over 15 years. She had helped Rebecca install the security system after the divorce. She had spare keys for emergencies. And she had the technical expertise from her job at a digital effects studio to create the doctored footage. What she also had, investigators discovered, was a secret relationship with Rebecca's ex-husband that predated the divorce by at least 2 years. Bank records revealed an elaborate financial entanglement, with Allison helping Michael hide assets during the divorce proceedings. The fabricated break-in was meant to be the beginning of a calculated psychological campaign to make Rebecca doubt her own security, her own home, even her own sanity, potentially driving her to sell the house she had fought to keep in the divorce settlement. When confronted with the evidence, Allison didn't deny her involvement. Her only comment, recorded in Detective Mercer's notes, was eerily calm. "You don't understand what it's like to see someone else living the life that should have been yours." The case was resolved with charges of harassment, cybercrimes, and attempted fraud. But for Rebecca, the legal resolution didn't erase the lingering discomfort. Even after changing the locks again and installing a completely new security system, she would still sometimes pause when reviewing perfectly ordinary footage, searching for inconsistencies, waiting for her own face to appear where it shouldn't be. In the quiet of night, when rain tapped against her windows, she would sometimes wake with a start, reaching for her phone to check the security feeds. The rational part of her mind knew no one was there. The case was closed, the threat removed. But sometimes, just for a moment, in the thin blue glow of her screen, she couldn't help but wonder about the face that might be looking back. Story 4, the amber glow of the bedside lamp cast long shadows across Eliza Morgan's bedroom. Outside, the November rain tapped gently against the window pane, creating a soothing rhythm that masked the silence of her empty apartment. The digital clock on her nightstand displayed 11:42 p.m. in soft blue numerals. Her phone lay where she had left it 3 hours earlier, plugged into the charger, its screen dark and untouched. Eliza had been at dinner with friends, her phone deliberately left behind, a small act of digital detox she'd been practicing lately. The device had remained motionless on her nightstand, observed only by the shifting shadows as clouds passed over the moon. No one had entered the apartment. The security system would have recorded any breach, and the doorman downstairs would have noted any visitors. Yet when Eliza returned and unplugged her phone, the notification light pulsed steadily. One missed call, one new voicemail, received at 10:17 p.m. The detective handling Eliza Morgan's case, Renee Dawson, stood now in that same bedroom 3 days later. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the window, creating a soundtrack to her methodical examination of the scene. The room remained largely as it had been that night, the bed neatly made with a quilted gray comforter, books stacked on the nightstand, the phone charger still plugged into the wall outlet. "Play it again," Detective Dawson instructed the technician who sat at a small table they'd set up in the corner. Her voice was low, measured, careful not to disrupt the contemplative atmosphere that helped her think. The technician nodded and pressed a button on his laptop. The room filled with the recorded voicemail that had begun this investigation. First came the background noise, a soft static, perhaps wind, perhaps just the ambient noise of a phone connection. Then unmistakably, Eliza Morgan's voice. "Hello, is anyone there?" A pause. "I can hear you breathing." Another pause, longer this time. Then her voice again. "Who is this?" And finally, a response, a whisper so faint that Detective Dawson had to lean forward slightly to hear it clearly. "You'll never find me." The recording ended, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier than before. "That's definitely Ms. Morgan's voice," the technician confirmed, though Dawson didn't need the verification. She'd listened to enough interviews with the woman over the past 3 days to recognize it instantly. What made the recording impossible was that Eliza Morgan insisted with convincing bewilderment and growing fear that she had never made that call. She had been at dinner with 6 friends, all of whom confirmed her alibi. Her phone had remained in her apartment, charging, untouched. Detective Dawson moved to the window, watching raindrops trace meandering paths down the glass. The case file sat open on Eliza's desk, thin, containing few answers. The call had originated from Eliza's own phone, calling itself. The cell provider confirmed this unusual circumstance. Eliza Morgan's number had dialed Eliza Morgan's number at 10:17 p.m. The voice analysis, Dawson asked without turning from the window. 100% match to Ms. Morgan, the technician replied, his fingers tapping softly on the keyboard. No signs of digital manipulation or splicing. It's her voice in real-time conversation. Dawson's reflection nodded in the window glass. The theory of a sophisticated hacking attempt had been their first avenue of investigation. Perhaps someone had remotely accessed Eliza's phone, used recorded samples of her voice, but the technology didn't support that theory. The voice on the recording responded naturally to the whispered voice with appropriate pauses and intonation. It wasn't a collection of spliced recordings. The detective turned back to the room, her gaze settling on the phone that now sat in an evidence bag on the nightstand. A standard smartphone, password protected, with no signs of tampering. "And what about the whisper?" she asked. The technician shook his head slowly. Too faint for definitive analysis, not enough vocal characteristics to create a profile. He hesitated, then added, "But it doesn't match any voice patterns in Ms. Morgan's regular contacts." Dawson nodded again, returning to the case file. Eliza Morgan, 34, financial analyst, no history of mental health issues, no enemies that anyone could identify, no stalkers or threatening figures in her past. Just a woman who had returned home to find her phone had somehow called itself and recorded a conversation she never had. The investigation expanded outward from that bedroom over the following weeks. Detective Dawson conducted interviews with everyone in Eliza's life: colleagues, friends, former romantic partners. She reviewed security footage from the apartment building, confirmed with absolute certainty that no one had entered Eliza's apartment that night. The technical investigation yielded equally perplexing results. No software on the phone could explain how it had activated itself, dialed its own number, and recorded a conversation. No malware, no remote access tools, nothing that shouldn't have been there. 2 months into the investigation, Detective Dawson sat in her office, the soft hum of the heating system providing a backdrop to her thoughts. The case file had grown thicker, but no more enlightening. On her desk sat a single photograph: Eliza Morgan's phone on the nightstand, the charger cable snaking down to the outlet. Such an ordinary object to create such an extraordinary mystery. The case might have remained just that, an unsolved curiosity filed away with other unexplained phenomena, if not for what happened next. Exactly 12 days after the original incident, Eliza Morgan received another call from her own number. This time she was holding her phone when it happened. She watched with widening eyes as her own name and number appeared on the screen. With trembling fingers, she had recorded the call using another device. In Detective Dawson's office, the recording played with perfect clarity. Eliza's frightened voice answering, silence on the line, then the whisper, slightly louder this time, "I'm getting closer." And indeed, something was. 3 more calls followed over the next week, each with the same pattern: Eliza's own number calling itself, her voice somehow answering, and the whisper growing incrementally louder, more distinct. The final call came on a Tuesday evening as Detective Dawson sat with Eliza in her apartment, waiting, monitoring. When the phone lit up with Eliza's own number, Dawson herself answered it, putting it on speaker. "Hello," Dawson said firmly. Silence answered her at first, then impossibly, Eliza's voice responded from the phone, "Who is this? Where's Eliza?" Dawson looked up sharply at Eliza Morgan, who sat across from her, eyes wide, mouth firmly closed. She had not spoken. "This is Detective Renee Dawson," she answered steadily. "Who am I speaking with?" A pause, then Eliza's voice from the phone again, sounding confused. "I'm Eliza. Why do you have my phone?" Before Dawson could respond, the whisper cut in no longer a whisper but a clear voice. "Don't believe her. I'm Eliza. She's the imposter." The call disconnected. In the sudden silence of the apartment, Detective Dawson looked at the woman sitting across from her, the woman whose identity had just been called into question by her own voice. The investigation remains open. The phone sits in an evidence locker, occasionally lighting up with calls from itself, conversations between 2 voices that sound identical yet cannot possibly be the same person. And somewhere in the growing case file is a single, troubling question written in Detective Dawson's neat handwriting, which Eliza Morgan is real. Story 5. The Bellflower Inn stood at the edge of Pine Creek, a small town where most businesses closed by 8, and the sheriff's department consisted of exactly 3 deputies and Sheriff Marla Williams. The 3-story Victorian building had been renovated 7 years ago, its faded elegance restored with fresh paint and modern amenities while preserving its historic charm. Room 312, a corner suite on the top floor, had the best view of the mountains and was typically reserved for honeymooners or the occasional business traveler willing to pay extra for the spaciousness and privacy. It was the second week of October when the first complaint about room 312 was filed. A guest named Thomas Burwell, a pharmaceutical sales representative from Minneapolis, had stayed for 3 nights. On the morning of his checkout, he appeared at the front desk with dark circles under his eyes and his suitcase gripped so tightly his knuckles had turned white. "Something's wrong with that room," he told the receptionist, his voice barely above a whisper. "I woke up this morning and the bed was on the opposite wall. The bathroom door was on the left side instead of the right." The receptionist, Danielle Morris, had smiled politely and assured him that no, the room had not been rearranged overnight. Perhaps he was disoriented from sleep or the unfamiliar surroundings. Burwell had insisted, his voice rising slightly, that he wasn't crazy or confused. He'd left without further argument, but the incident was noted in the hotel's log. 3 weeks later, another guest, Lisa Chen, a photographer from Seattle, requested to change rooms after just one night in 312. She claimed her belongings had been moved while she slept. The most disturbing detail, a handwritten note she found on the dresser that simply read, "Stop trying to leave." Sheriff Williams considered it a simple prank, likely from a hotel employee with too much time on their hands. The hotel manager, Robert Pearson, assured her that they would handle it internally. After all, small towns like Pine Creek relied on tourism, and the Bellflower Inn was one of their primary attractions. Bad publicity was the last thing they needed. The third incident couldn't be dismissed so easily. A couple from Portland had booked room 312 for a week-long stay. On their third night, the husband, James Holloway, woke to find the room completely rearranged, the dresser blocking the door, the television mounted on what had previously been a solid wall, and the window looking out onto a street that didn't exist in Pine Creek. His wife, Elena, had been sleeping deeply and hadn't noticed anything unusual until she woke to his panicked breathing. Like the previous guests, they found a note on the dresser, "Stop trying to leave." They checked out immediately. By November, rumors about room 312 had begun to circulate through Pine Creek. Some locals suggested the hotel was haunted, while others proposed more practical explanations: gas leaks causing hallucinations, or perhaps an elaborate marketing scheme to attract thrill seekers. The Bellflower Inn temporarily closed the room, citing plumbing issues that required extensive repairs. Sheriff Williams, however, couldn't shake her unease about the situation. 26 years in law enforcement had honed her instincts, and something about these incidents felt deliberate rather than supernatural. After the Holloway's experience, she quietly opened an informal investigation, careful not to alarm the townspeople or damage the hotel's reputation. Her first step was interviewing the hotel staff. The night manager, Ernest Bellamy, had worked at the Bellflower for nearly 15 years. His thin frame and perpetually stooped shoulders gave him the appearance of someone carrying an invisible weight. During their conversation in the sheriff's office, a small room with windows that rattled when the wind blew from the north, Bellamy revealed that he had master key access to all rooms, but insisted he never entered occupied rooms without permission, except in emergencies. "Have there been any former employees who left under difficult circumstances?" Sheriff Williams asked, her pen hovering above her notepad. Bellamy hesitated, his fingers tracing the rim of his coffee cup. "There was one, Martin Cole. He was our maintenance supervisor until about 8 months ago. Robert had to let him go after a guest complained about finding him in their room when they returned from dinner." This was the first promising lead. Sheriff Williams requested Martin Cole's employment records and address. She learned he now lived in an apartment complex on the outskirts of town, a gray building with peeling paint and a perpetually empty parking lot. Meanwhile, the Bellflower Inn remained open, though room 312 stayed vacant. Robert Pearson had called in a local contractor to check for structural issues, gas leaks, or anything that might explain the strange occurrences. The contractor found nothing unusual. An electrician examined the wiring, also finding everything in working order. Sheriff Williams visited Cole's apartment on a Tuesday afternoon. No one answered her knock, but a neighbor informed her that Cole rarely seemed to be home, despite his car often being in the parking lot. She left her card wedged in the doorframe. That evening, while reviewing security footage from the hotel's hallways, she noticed something peculiar. On each night when guests had reported disturbances, there was a 10-minute gap in the recording, always between 2:15 and 2:25 a.m. The hotel's security system was basic, but this kind of regular interruption suggested intentional tampering rather than technical glitches. The following day, a thin envelope appeared on her desk. Inside was a single sheet of paper with the same handwriting as the notes from room 312. Not everything is meant to be solved. Some doors should remain closed. Sheriff Williams immediately drove to Cole's apartment. This time she didn't knock. With probable cause established by the threatening note, she used her authority to enter the premises. The apartment was sparsely furnished: a table, a chair, a mattress on the floor. The walls, however, were covered with architectural drawings of the Bellflower Inn, focusing specifically on room 312. Some showed the room as it existed, while others displayed impossible configurations: doors opening into walls, windows overlooking landscapes that didn't exist in Pine Creek. In the bedroom closet, she found hotel items: towels embroidered with the Bellflower logo, small bottles of shampoo, and a master key card. Most disturbing was a journal containing detailed notes about each guest who had stayed in room 312 over the past year, their habits, schedules, and reactions to the room's changes. Martin Cole was not at the apartment, nor did he return while Sheriff Williams was there. A warrant was issued for his arrest on charges of breaking and entering, harassment, and stalking. 2 days later, Robert Pearson called the sheriff's office in a panic. Someone had been in room 312 overnight. The furniture had been completely rearranged, and a new note was on the dresser: "I am the room now." When Sheriff Williams arrived at the Bellflower Inn, Pearson led her to room 312. The door was unlocked. Inside, the room appeared normal at first glance until she realized that the dimensions were wrong. The room seemed larger than it should have been, given the building's layout. The window, which should have overlooked the main street, now faced a dense forest that didn't exist in Pine Creek. On the dresser was a key card and Martin Cole's driver's license. Martin Cole's body was never found. The room was sealed off permanently, the door replaced with drywall and painted to match the hallway. The Bellflower Inn continued to operate, though locals noticed a change in the building's silhouette from certain angles, as if room 312 sometimes extended beyond where walls should have been. Sheriff Williams filed her final report, citing insufficient evidence to determine what had actually occurred. The case remains officially open but inactive. Sometimes late at night, guests in rooms near where 312 used to be report hearing soft footsteps and the sound of furniture being moved. And occasionally, the night manager finds notes in the hotel registry, written in a familiar hand. Some rooms don't want to be left. Story 6, they drove for hours trying to reach the highway, but every road led them back to the same place. Locals greeted them like old friends, insisting they had always lived there, and when they tried to call for help, the phones only connected to the local diner. In the quiet mountain valleys of northern Montana, there exists a place that rarely appears on maps. Pinecrest is the kind of town travelers might pass through without a second glance, a collection of weathered buildings with faded storefronts, surrounding a single traffic light that blinks amber through the night fog. The kind of place where rumors linger longer than visitors. Detective Elias Mercer turned the pages of the case file slowly, the paper releasing a soft whisper in the stillness of his office. The file contained 6 separate reports of travelers who had entered Pinecrest and never been seen again. Not in the conventional sense of disappearances, there were no bodies, no evidence of violence. Instead, something far more disturbing had occurred. They had seemingly been absorbed into the town itself. The first case landed on his desk 3 years ago. James and Sarah Connolly, a young couple from Seattle, had been driving cross-country when their family lost contact with them. Their last known location was a gas station just outside Pinecrest, where security footage showed them studying a map, Sarah's finger tracing a route through the mountains. Their credit cards continued to show activity, small purchases at the Pinecrest grocery store, regular payments at the local motel, eventually a deposit on a small house on Willow Street. When relatives finally tracked them down 3 months later, the couple greeted them with polite confusion. According to James and Sarah, they had lived in Pinecrest their entire lives. Mercer's pen made a soft tapping sound against his notepad as he reviewed the common elements. In each case, the victims entered town, attempted to leave, and then settled. They took jobs, rented apartments, integrated into the community, and in every instance, they firmly believed they had always been residents of Pinecrest. The detective's attention turned to the most recent case. Megan Reese, a freelance photographer working on a project about forgotten American towns. Her editor received daily updates until October 12th, when the messages abruptly changed in tone and content. "I've decided to extend my stay," she wrote. "I've realized this is where I belong." 2 weeks later, when her editor drove to Pinecrest to check on her, he found Megan working at the town library, cataloging local history books. She showed no recognition when he called her name, introducing herself as Margaret Winters, the town's librarian of 15 years. Outside Mercer's window, rain began to fall, creating a gentle rhythm against the glass. The soft patter matched the detective's heartbeat as he reviewed the photographs spread across his desk. Each showed the same subjects before and after their arrival in Pinecrest. The physical changes were subtle but unmistakable, slight differences in posture, altered expressions, eyes that seemed to hold secrets they themselves didn't understand. Dr. Alina Hayes, the behavioral psychologist Mercer consulted, had suggested mass hysteria or a form of shared delusion. But that failed to explain the consistency of the pattern or why no one ever successfully left the town limits. Those who tried reported driving for hours only to find themselves approaching Pinecrest from the opposite direction, as if the roads themselves conspired to keep them. The recording device on Mercer's desk emitted a soft red glow as he dictated his observations. Pinecrest population records show no increase despite these additions, he noted. Town census has remained at exactly 712 residents for the past 70 years. When Mercer first visited Pinecrest, he had been struck by the town's peaceful atmosphere. The air carried the scent of pine and wood smoke. Residents nodded politely as he passed. Nothing seemed immediately sinister, just a quiet mountain community where everyone seemed to know their place. It was only during his third visit that he noticed how the locals watched him, their eyes following his movements with a patient, knowing expression, as if they were simply waiting. At the diner on Main Street, Mercer had interviewed the waitress, a woman named June who moved with unhurried grace between the tables. "Do you ever leave Pinecrest?" he had asked her. June's smile remained fixed as she refilled his coffee cup. "Why would anyone want to leave? Everyone who belongs here stays." The detective had noted her choice of words. Not everyone who stays here belongs, but everyone who belongs here stays. The latest development came from Thomas Chen, a hiker who had managed something unprecedented. He had escaped. Found disoriented and dehydrated on a Forest Service road 30 miles from Pinecrest, Chen described spending 3 days in the town, during which he began to feel a strange sensation, like memories being poured into my mind. He reported waking on the third morning with the unsettling realization that he could recall a childhood in Pinecrest that he knew he had never experienced. Chen escaped that night, breaking the window of his motel room and fleeing into the forest instead of taking the roads. Even then, he described a disorienting journey where the trees seemed to shift around him, paths disappeared, and sounds of the town followed him deeper into the wilderness. The rain intensified outside Mercer's window, the droplets merging into rivulets that distorted the view of the parking lot below. The detective closed the file and leaned back in his chair, listening to its soft creak. What made Pinecrest different from other towns? Mercer had investigated the history, finding nothing remarkable. A logging community established in 1892, briefly prosperous, then settled into quiet decline as the industry moved elsewhere. No unusual geological features, no significant historical events, just an unremarkable town that somehow managed to claim people as its own. The town's water supply had been tested, air quality monitored, soil samples analyzed. Nothing explained the phenomenon. The only consistent factor was the fog that rolled in most evenings, drifting through the streets like a living thing, enveloping buildings in its gentle embrace. Mercer made his decision. Tomorrow he would return to Pinecrest. This time he would stay longer, perhaps long enough to feel whatever influence had affected the others. He would need to be careful, maintain his awareness of who he was and why he had come. Perhaps understanding would come only from experiencing the process firsthand. That night, as he packed his car for the journey, Mercer felt an unexpected sense of anticipation. Not fear, but something closer to curiosity. Or perhaps, though he wouldn't have admitted it aloud, a kind of longing. 3 weeks later, Detective Anna Harris stood in Elias Mercer's empty office, reviewing the notes he had left behind. His last recorded message described entering Pinecrest, checking into the small motel on Elm Street, and planning to interview residents the following day. There had been no further communication. When Harris traveled to Pinecrest herself, she found Mercer sitting on the porch of a blue house near the town square. He looked up from his newspaper and smiled politely as she approached. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice carrying the unhurried cadence of someone who had never known the urgency of city life. Elias Mercer. Harris showed him his badge, his ID. The man who had been Detective Mercer studied the identification with mild interest. "I'm sorry, you must have me confused with someone else," he said. "My name is Edward Miller. I've lived in Pinecrest all my life." As Harris drove away from the town, glancing repeatedly in her rearview mirror at the diminishing cluster of buildings, she couldn't shake the feeling that the fog creeping down from the mountains was following her car. And somewhere in the back of her mind, a small voice wondered what it might be like to belong so completely to a place that it would never let you go. In her report filed 3 days later, Harris recommended that signs be posted on roads leading to Pinecrest, warning travelers not to stop. but when highway crews went to install them, they couldn't locate the town. The roads that should have led there now curved through empty valleys, as if Pinecrest had never existed at all. Sometimes on foggy nights, travelers report seeing lights in those valleys, and if you listen carefully, you might hear the soft chime of a single traffic light, blinking amber in the darkness, welcoming you home. Story 7, she found an old notebook at a thrift store, its pages blank and dusty. But as she began writing in it, she noticed something chilling. Her own words appeared on the opposite page, rewritten in a different hand, and the responses were never friendly. The antique store sat nestled between a coffee shop and a laundromat on Maple Street, its windows clouded with the soft haze of dust that settled over forgotten treasures. Light filtered through the glass in thin, golden beams, illuminating particles that danced in the air, unhurried and serene. It was the kind of place where time seemed to slow, where the gentle creaking of wooden floorboards marked each careful step into the past. Jessica Harmon wandered through the narrow aisles on that quiet Tuesday afternoon, her fingertips brushing against shelves of discarded memories. The air carried the comforting scent of old paper and polished wood, a perfume that had always drawn her to places like this. A graduate student researching local history, she often found herself seeking inspiration in the discarded belongings of strangers. In the back corner, beneath a tarnished brass lamp, sat a small wooden desk. Its surface held a modest collection of writing implements and journals. Among them lay a leather-bound notebook, its cover a deep burgundy with faint traces of gold leaf that had mostly worn away with time. Jessica lifted it carefully, feeling the weight of its empty pages, the spine cracking softly as she opened it for the first time in what must have been decades. "Interesting find," remarked the shopkeeper, an elderly man with kind eyes and liver-spotted hands. "That came in last week with an estate sale collection. Belonged to a woman who lived in the old Miller house on Oakwood Drive." His voice carried the gentle rasp of someone who spoke infrequently, each word measured and thoughtful. "It hasn't been written in," Jessica observed, turning the blank pages. "Perhaps it was waiting for the right person," the man suggested with a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Some things choose their owners, not the other way around." Jessica paid the $7 marked on the small tag dangling from the notebook's binding. The shopkeeper wrapped it carefully in brown paper, his movements deliberate and precise, before sliding it into a paper bag that crinkled softly as Jessica accepted it. That evening, Jessica sat at her desk by the window of her small apartment. Rain tapped gently against the glass, creating a soothing rhythm that complemented the soft yellow glow of her desk lamp. She opened the notebook, breathing in its musty scent, and began to write about her research on local unsolved disappearances from the 1970s. Her pen moved smoothly across the page, the ink sinking into the aged paper. When she paused to refill her coffee cup, something caught her attention from the corner of her eye. On the page opposite her writing, there appeared to be a faint response. The handwriting was different type, small cursive that slanted sharply to the right, written in an ink that seemed almost brown rather than black. "I know what happened to Claire Miller," the words read. "She didn't just disappear." Jessica stared at the page, her coffee forgotten. She hadn't written about Claire Miller specifically, though the name was on her research list, a 17-year-old girl who vanished while walking home from a friend's house in 1973. The case had gone cold within months, with police concluding she had likely run away. With a trembling hand, Jessica wrote beneath her original notes, "Who are you? How do you know about Claire Miller?" She watched, heart pounding in her chest, as ink seemed to seep from within the opposite page, forming words that appeared letter by letter, as if an invisible hand were writing them in real time. I've been waiting for someone to ask the right questions. Claire didn't run away. She saw something she shouldn't have seen. I knew her. I knew them all. Detective Marcus Reynolds sat across from Jessica in the police station, his office illuminated by the harsh fluorescent lighting that cast unflattering shadows across his tired face. The notebook lay between them on the desk, closed and innocent-looking. "Miss Harmon," he said, his voice carrying the weight of 26 years on the force, "I understand your concern, but what exactly do you expect us to do with this?" His finger tapped lightly on the leather cover. "I know how it sounds," Jessica replied, the lack of sleep evident in the dark circles beneath her eyes. "But the information in there about Claire Miller, about Thomas Wyatt, about Sarah Kingsley, it's details that were never released to the public. Whoever wrote these responses knows things only the investigators or," she hesitated, "or the perpetrator would know." Reynolds sighed, the sound filling the small room. Cold cases from the 70s aren't exactly a priority these days, and we can't launch an investigation based on writing that appears in a notebook. He leaned forward, his chair creaking slightly under the shift in weight. "Have you considered that perhaps you're writing these responses yourself, subconsciously?" Jessica shook her head, her frustration evident in the tightness of her jaw. "I had the handwriting analyzed by a professor in the linguistics department. It's not mine, and the ink is different, older, with chemical compounds that aren't used in modern pens." Something in her certainty gave Reynolds pause. He had seen enough in his career to know that sometimes the inexplicable deserved attention. "Leave the notebook with me," he finally said. "I'll have our forensics team look at it, though I can't promise anything." 3 days passed before Jessica received a call from Reynolds asking her to return to the station. She found him in the same office, but his demeanor had changed. The notebook sat open on his desk, and beside it lay several old case files, their yellow folders contrasting with the white pages of more recent reports. "The information in these responses," Reynolds began without preamble, "matches details from our files that were never made public." He ran a hand through his graying hair, a gesture that betrayed his discomfort. The location where Claire Miller's bracelet was found, the specific words left in a note at the Wyatt scene, these aren't things anyone outside the investigation would know. "Then you believe me?" Jessica asked, hope rising in her voice. "I believe there's something here we can't explain," Reynolds admitted reluctantly. "We've opened a review of these cases, starting with Claire Miller. The notebook mentions a name, Robert Ellington. He was questioned briefly at the time, but had an alibi. He's still alive, living about an hour from here." Jessica felt a chill run down her spine. The notebook mentioned him specifically. "I don't remember writing his name." Reynolds nodded, turning the notebook toward her. On a page she didn't recognize was a detailed description of a man with hands that always smelled of linseed oil and turpentine, who lived in a yellow house with green shutters, and who watched the girls walk home from school. The investigation into Robert Ellington moved slowly at first, then with gathering momentum as old evidence was re-examined and new connections made. The notebook continued to provide details, some vague, others unnervingly specific, about locations, habits, and conversations from nearly 50 years ago. During a search of Ellington's current residence, investigators discovered a hidden room in his basement, its walls lined with paintings. But it wasn't the artwork that caused the seasoned detective to call for backup immediately. It was what they found behind the canvas of one particular painting, a collection of personal items belonging to girls who had disappeared between 1970 and 1976. Claire Miller's silver bracelet was among them, still bearing the engraved message from her parents, "To our brightest star." As Ellington was taken into custody, Jessica sat alone in her apartment, the notebook open before her. She had written a simple question: "Who are you? Why did you help me find the truth?" The response appeared slowly, the brown-tinged ink spreading across the page in that same tight, slanted handwriting. "My name was Margaret Ellington. I was Robert's first victim, though no one ever looked for me. My brother took my life in our yellow house with green shutters in 1969 and hid my body in the walls that he later covered with his paintings. I couldn't leave this world while he remained free to hurt others. Thank you for listening when no one else would. I can rest now." The final page of the notebook remained blank after that night. Jessica tried writing in it several times, but no responses appeared. Forensic teams later found human remains within the walls of what had once been the Ellington family home, exactly where the notebook had indicated they would be. Dental records confirmed they belonged to Margaret Ellington, reported as a runaway in 1969. Detective Reynolds never included the notebook in his official reports. Some truths, he decided, were better left between the lines of rational explanation. The case was closed, justice delivered through conventional means, DNA evidence, witness statements, and thorough police work. But on quiet evenings, when the rain taps gently against her window, Jessica sometimes opens the burgundy leather notebook and runs her fingers over its pages. Though it remains silent now, its purpose fulfilled, she can't help but wonder about the countless other stories written in invisible ink, waiting for someone to listen to the whispers that linger in forgotten objects, in the spaces between what we know and what we believe. Story 8, the Meadowbrook apartment stood quietly against the evening sky, a 5-story brick building nestled between maple trees whose branches swayed gently in the autumn breeze. Most windows glowed with warm light as residents settled in for the night, except for apartment 3B, which had remained dark for nearly 8 months. Its previous tenant had moved out in February, leaving behind only the faint scent of lemon cleaning products and spotless hardwood floors. The building manager, Henry Easton, a man in his early 60s with salt and pepper hair and reading glasses that perpetually hung from a cord around his neck, had just finished his evening rounds. He was in his ground floor office, organizing maintenance requests for the following day, when his desk phone rang. The sound was jarring in the otherwise silent room, the old-fashioned ringer echoing off the walls. "Meadowbrook Maintenance, this is Henry," he answered, his voice carrying the slight rasp of someone who had once been a heavy smoker. But there was no response on the line, just silence followed by what sounded like distant breathing. Henry checked the caller ID display, apartment 3B. A chill ran through him. Apartment 3B had been vacant since February. The phone line should have been disconnected months ago. "Hello, is anyone there?" he asked, pressing the receiver closer to his ear. The line went dead. Henry placed the receiver back in its cradle slowly, his brow furrowed in confusion. He pulled open his desk drawer and retrieved the master key ring, each key labeled with a small plastic tag. The rational part of his mind suggested a simple explanation. Perhaps the phone company had made an error, or maybe the system was malfunctioning. But something deeper, more instinctual, told him to investigate. The hallway to apartment 3B was quiet, illuminated by wall sconces that cast soft, amber light against cream-colored walls. Henry's footsteps were muffled by the recently vacuumed carpet runner. As he approached 3B, he noticed something unusual, a faint glow visible beneath the door, as if a light was on inside. He knocked 3 times, the sound echoing down the empty corridor. "Hello, building management. Is anyone in there?" No response came from inside the apartment. Henry inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the door swung inward without a sound. The apartment was immaculately clean, just as it had been left after the final inspection when the previous tenant moved out. The air smelled faintly of lemon, the same cleaning product they always used, but something was different. On the far wall of the living room, illuminated by a single lamp that Henry was certain had not been there before, was a message. Written in what appeared to be black marker, in neat, deliberate handwriting. "Why did you lock me out?" Henry stood frozen in the doorway, his heart beating a slow, heavy rhythm in his chest. The apartment should have been empty. No one had access except maintenance staff, and the message, it made no sense. There had been no tenant locked out. The previous occupant, a young woman named Eliza Mercer, had moved cross-country for a new job. She had turned in her keys herself, shaking Henry's hand before driving away in a moving truck. Detective Sarah Chen arrived 40 minutes later. She was mid-30s, with dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, and moved through the apartment with methodical precision, taking photographs of the message and examining the locks on the windows and door. "No signs of forced entry," she noted, running her finger along the door frame. "The lock is intact, windows are secure. You said this unit has been empty since February, Mr. Easton." Henry nodded, his hands fidgeting with his key ring. "Eliza Mercer moved out February 12th. We did a complete cleaning and inspection. The apartment's been shown to prospective tenants a few times, but it's been vacant otherwise." "And who has access to the unit?" Detective Chen asked, her voice calm and measured as she made notes in a small, leather-bound notebook. "Just maintenance staff and myself, 3 people total. We keep strict records of key access." Detective Chen nodded, her pen moving smoothly across the page. "Tell me about Eliza Mercer." Henry described her as he remembered, 27 years old, worked in graphic design, lived alone, quiet but friendly. She had rented the apartment for almost 3 years before accepting a job in Seattle. Nothing unusual about her departure. "Did she leave any forwarding information, contact details?" Chen asked. "Of course, it should be in our files. I can get you that information." As they spoke, a technician from the phone company arrived, examining the apartment's telephone. After several minutes of testing, he looked up with a puzzled expression. "This line was disconnected in February," he confirmed, "but there's something strange. According to our system, a 3-minute call was placed from this number to the building office at 9:47 p.m. tonight." Detective Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "How is that possible if the line is disconnected?" The technician shook his head slowly. "It shouldn't be, unless someone reconnected it manually, which would require access to both the apartment and the building's telecommunications room." The investigation broadened over the next few days. Security footage from the building's entrance and hallways was reviewed, revealing nothing unusual, no unauthorized entries, no unexplained visitors to apartment 3B. The handwriting analysis of the wall message proved inconclusive. The phone line anomaly remained unexplained. Detective Chen contacted Eliza Mercer using the forwarding information Henry had provided. The call connected to a graphic design firm in Seattle, where the receptionist confirmed that Eliza had indeed been hired in February but never arrived for her first day. Concerned, they had tried to contact her but received no response. They assumed she had changed her mind about the position. This revelation shifted the investigation dramatically. Detective Chen ordered a more thorough search of apartment 3B in the back of the closet in the main bedroom. Forensic technicians discovered a small area where the baseboard appeared newer than the surrounding wood. When removed, they found a space in the wall and inside, a journal belonging to Eliza Mercer. The journal's final entry was dated February 10th, 2 days before she supposedly moved out. I can't shake the feeling that someone has been in my apartment while I'm at work. Things are slightly moved. I hear footsteps above me at night, but the upstairs apartment is supposed to be empty. I've asked Henry about it twice, but he insists no one is up there. I'm looking forward to my fresh start in Seattle, away from whatever is happening here. Just 2 more days. Further investigation revealed that the moving truck Eliza had supposedly driven away in had never been rented in her name. Her cell phone records showed no activity after February 11th. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Eliza Mercer had not moved to Seattle. She had vanished. The search of the building intensified. Forensic teams examined every vacant unit, including the apartment above 3B. Nothing unusual was found until they reached the building's basement storage area, where each tenant was assigned a small cage-like storage unit. In Unit 3BS, beneath several sealed moving boxes labeled with Eliza's name, investigators discovered disturbed concrete, newer than the surrounding floor. Ground-penetrating radar indicated something beneath the surface. When the concrete was removed, they found Eliza Mercer. The investigation eventually led to a maintenance worker who had been employed at Meadowbrook for less than a year before Eliza's disappearance. Cell phone records placed him near the building on the night she vanished. A search of his apartment revealed photographs of Eliza taken without her knowledge and a key to her apartment that had been reported missing months before. The man confessed to developing an obsession with Eliza, entering her apartment when she was away, and ultimately confronting her when he learned of her plans to move. After her death, he had used his access and knowledge of the building to create the illusion that she had moved away normally, even posing as her during the final walkthrough with Henry. But something had troubled him in the months that followed the sense that Eliza was still somehow present in apartment 3B. He claimed to hear her voice, feel her watching him. In a moment of delusion or guilt, he had reconnected the phone line and written the message on the wall, a manifestation of his deteriorating mental state. Henry Easton still manages the Meadowbrook apartments. The building continues its quiet existence, with new tenants eventually moving into apartment 3B, unaware of its history. But sometimes, late at night, the phone in the management office rings. When Henry answers, there is only silence on the line, and the caller ID always shows the same thing, apartment 3. To this day, Henry never tells the new tenants why he insists on personally checking their phone lines every month, or why he sometimes pauses in the hallway outside their door, listening. He simply explains it away as routine maintenance, all while wondering if some tenants never truly leave, even after they're gone. Story 9. During renovations at the old mansion, they uncovered a room no one had seen before. Dust-covered furniture, old books, and a photo album filled with images of people they had never met. But one photograph was different. It showed their own faces, smiling from a time they had never lived. The discovery happened on a Tuesday in late October, when the autumn light slanted golden through the tall windows of Blackwood Manor. The renovation crew had been working for weeks on the 19th century estate, carefully peeling back layers of wallpaper and restoring the ornate moldings that had once made this place the crown jewel of Chester County. Michael Thorne, the lead contractor, had been in this business for over 20 years, but something about this particular house made the hair on his arms stand up. Not in a dramatic way, just a persistent feeling, like the sensation of being watched when you're alone in a room. He would often catch himself pausing in the middle of measurements, turning to look over his shoulder at nothing in particular. On that Tuesday, as Michael was examining the wood paneling in the East Wing's corridor, his fingers detected what architects call a cold joint, a place where the continuous flow of design is interrupted. He pressed against the panel, feeling it give ever so slightly, as if it wanted to reveal its secret. "Dave, can you bring me the pry bar?" Michael called to his assistant, his voice echoing against the high ceilings. The sound carried differently here than in other parts of the house hollow, somehow fuller, as if bouncing off spaces that shouldn't exist. With careful pressure, they eased the panel away from the wall. Behind it wasn't the expected support beam or plumbing access, but a narrow doorway. A door painted the same deep burgundy as the house's exterior trim, with a simple brass knob that had tarnished to a dull brown over what must have been decades. The door opened with surprising ease, without the resistance or creak one might expect from a forgotten entrance. Beyond it lay a room approximately 15 feet square, with a single window covered by heavy drapes that allowed only the thinnest ribbon of light to penetrate the darkness. The property's current owner, Elizabeth Harmon, was called immediately. A historian by profession and naturally curious, she arrived within the hour, her breath visible in the cool air of the sealed room as she stepped inside. "This doesn't make any sense," she whispered, moving carefully through the space. "I have the original blueprints. This room isn't on them." The room contained a writing desk positioned beneath the window, a small reading chair with worn-up upholstery, and bookshelves lining the walls. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust that had settled undisturbed for what forensic analysts would later determine to be approximately 70 years. On the desk lay a leather-bound photo album, its spine cracked with age but the pages preserved inside, protected from light and moisture in this sealed chamber. Elizabeth, wearing the cotton gloves she'd brought from her car, gently opened the cover. The first pages contained what one might expect sepia-toned photographs of people in early 20th century attire, standing stiffly before the manor or seated in its gardens. Names had been carefully inscribed beneath each image in faded ink. Harrison family, summer 1923. Frederick and Eleanor at Christmas, 1927. But as Elizabeth turned the pages, the photographs became increasingly strange. The people were unfamiliar to her, yet they appeared in rooms she recognized from the house. The furnishings, however, were different, more modern than would be appropriate for the periods indicated by the clothing and photographic techniques. Then on the final page was the photograph that would become the central mystery of what journalists would later call the Blackwood anomaly. It showed 5 people standing on the manor's front steps, 3 men and 2 women, dressed in contemporary clothing, smiling casually at the camera. Elizabeth recognized 3 of them immediately, herself, Michael the contractor, and Dave his assistant. The other 2 were Adrian Wells, the architectural historian she had consulted about the renovation, and Sophia Lynn, the real estate agent who had helped her purchase the property. All 5 of them were connected to the house, yet none remembered ever taking this photograph. More disturbing still was the date written beneath it in the same careful handwriting as the other captions. The final 5, September 2022. It was now October 2021. Detective Marcus Reed was assigned to the case after Elizabeth reported the discovery to local authorities. At first, he had approached it as a simple matter of trespassing. Someone had created an elaborate hoax, doctoring photographs and planting them in a concealed room. "The thing is," he explained to his partner as they drove to the manor for their third visit, "the dust patterns don't lie. That room was sealed up sometime in the early 1950s, according to the forensic team. The photo album was placed on that desk before the room was closed off. But the photograph shows these people in clothes from our time, in positions they swear they never stood in, taken by a camera they never posed for." The detective had requested background checks on everyone connected to the house. Elizabeth Harmon had purchased it 6 months earlier from the estate of Gerald Blackwood, the last surviving member of the family that had built it in 1873. Gerald had died without heirs, and the house had stood empty for nearly a decade before Elizabeth discovered it during her research into the county's historical properties. In the weeks that followed the discovery of the hidden room, strange occurrences began to mount. Dave, the contractor's assistant, resigned after claiming to have seen his own reflection in a window walking through a room he wasn't in. Sophia Lynn, the real estate agent, reported receiving a voice message from Elizabeth discussing renovation details on a day when Elizabeth had been out of town with her phone turned off. Adrian Wells, the architectural historian, became obsessed with the house's structural anomalies. He discovered that the hidden room existed in a space that, according to the laws of physics and architecture, shouldn't be possible given the house's overall dimensions. When measured from the outside, the east wing was exactly 12 feet shorter than the sum of its interior rooms. As November turned to December, the renovation work slowed to a halt. The workers refused to return after a series of unexplained accidents, nothing life-threatening, but too numerous to be coincidence. Tools disappeared only to be found in rooms that had been locked. Freshly painted walls were discovered scraped clean overnight. Detective Reed maintained his professional skepticism, focusing on tangible evidence rather than speculation. The photo album had been sent to the FBI's forensic laboratory for analysis. Their preliminary report confirmed what seemed impossible. The paper and binding dated from the 1940s, but the final photograph used chemical processes not developed until the early 2000s. It was, in the lab's careful phrasing, a temporal anomaly that defies current scientific explanation. On December 21st, the shortest day of the year, Elizabeth invited Michael, Adrian, and Sophia to the house for what she called a confrontation with the impossible. Detective Reed, who had been keeping the property under surveillance, observed their arrival but did not intervene. What happened inside the house that evening has never been fully explained. At precisely 9:17 p.m., neighbors reported seeing all the lights in Blackwood Manor flash brilliantly before going dark. The power company confirmed a localized surge that affected only the manor. When police entered the property the following morning, they found the hidden room had changed. The dust was gone, the furniture rearranged. The photo album lay open on the desk, but now the final photograph showed the 5 individuals: Elizabeth, Michael, Adrian, Sophia, and Detective Reed himself standing in the hidden room, their expressions solemn, a clock on the wall behind them showing 9:17. The 5 people themselves were nowhere to be found. Their vehicles remained parked outside. Their phones, wallets, and keys were discovered neatly arranged on the entrance hall table. No evidence of struggle, no signs of violence, no indications of where they might have gone. The case remains officially open. The photograph has been studied by experts around the world with no consensus on how it was created or what it might mean. Blackwood Manor stands empty once again, the renovation incomplete, the hidden room now sealed by police order. Sometimes on quiet nights, neighbors report seeing lights moving through the house, as if someone is walking from room to room with a lantern. The power has been disconnected for years. And in the County Historical Society archives, a researcher recently discovered a newspaper clipping from 1953 showing the same hidden room being sealed up by workmen. The accompanying article quotes the owner at the time, saying only, "Some doors are closed for a reason. Some photographs capture more than just a moment." The photograph mentioned in the article has never been found. Story 10. In the realm of the unknown, a tale unfolds with a chilling whisper that echoes through time. It began with a mere pocket dial, a signal lost in static and muffled sounds. The operator, on the verge of dismissing it as a glitch, was suddenly drawn in by a voice that sliced through the chaos. A woman's voice, tinged with desperation, whispered urgently, "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended like a shroud. The mysterious call originated from an empty house, its walls holding secrets long forgotten, abandoned by its former inhabitants for years. No traces of forced entry tainted the stillness within, no signs of disturbance marred the dust-covered surfaces. Yet in the heart of that desolate kitchen, the phone sat perched upon the counter, its screen casting an otherworldly glow. The call had been placed mere minutes before, a chilling fact that sent shivers down Detective Morgan Reed's spine. With a sense of foreboding, Detective Reed pressed the playback button repeatedly, each repetition only deepening the mystery. The whisper that emanated from the recording clung to her, a haunting melody of fear and impossibility. The property, once belonging to the Sullivan family, stood as a silent witness to a tragic past, scarred by a fire that had ravaged its west wing. Since the Sullivans' departure, the house had remained uninhabited, visited only by a caretaker who swore that no intruders had crossed its threshold. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The revelation that the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former homeowners, only deepened the enigma. Catherine had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, her voice now resurfacing from the depths of the unknown. As the investigation unfolded, perplexing clues emerged, painting a picture of inexplicable occurrences. The phone, a relic of the past, seemed to defy logic by making calls from a house frozen in time. The forensic team's efforts yielded little, with no tangible evidence to explain the spectral call. No fingerprints graced the device, no footprints marked the path to or from the house. It was as though the voice from beyond existed in a realm untouched by the physical world. The recording, a mere 11 seconds of static and breath, became the focal point of their inquiry, a riddle wrapped in enigma. Voice analysis confirmed the identity of the speaker as Catherine Sullivan, with an eerie certainty of 98%. The timestamp of the call aligned precisely with the moment of Catherine's tragic demise, a chilling coincidence that defied rational explanation. Morgan and Walsh delved deeper, probing into Catherine's past and the web of relationships that had surrounded her. Her family, her friends, her former boyfriend Mark Jennings all became subjects of scrutiny in the quest for truth. Mark, with his alibi seemingly airtight, stood at the center of the storm, his past entwined with Catherine's in ways that defied comprehension. However, a breakthrough emerged from the shadows when Catherine's mother unearthed a journal from her daughter's possessions. Within its pages lay a chronicle of love turned to fear, of a relationship tainted by control and menace. The final entry, a chilling testament to Catherine's dread, hinted at a sinister truth lurking beneath the surface. Confronted with the damning evidence, Mark's facade crumbled, revealing a darkness that chilled the soul. The buried phone, unearthed from a remote location, whispered of betrayal and violence, its secrets laid bare by forensic scrutiny. The truth, veiled in shadows for so long, now stood exposed, a tale of manipulation, obsession, and unspeakable horror. As the net closed in around Mark, his facade of innocence shattered, revealing the monster that lurked within. His twisted game of deception and cruelty stood revealed, a macabre dance with the echoes of the past. The voice that had beckoned from beyond the grave now served as a beacon of justice, guiding the way to retribution. In the hushed confines of the courtroom, the truth unfurled like a dark tapestry, weaving a tale of deceit and retribution. Mark's conviction for first-degree murder resonated through the chambers, a verdict that echoed with the weight of justice served. Catherine's mother, clutching the journal to her heart, found solace in the closure that had long eluded her. The phone from the abandoned house, now a relic of a bygone tragedy, rests in the evidence locker, its silent presence a reminder of the voices that refuse to be silenced. The whispers of the past linger in the air, a testament to the resilience of those who seek justice beyond the grave. And in the stillness of the night, officers swear they hear a phantom ring, a spectral echo of a voice that will forever haunt the corridors of memory. Catherine's story endures not as a ghostly fable, but as a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who fight for truth and justice, even in the face of darkness. In her words, her fears, and her unwavering resolve, she stands as a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the light of justice will prevail. Story 11. The mysterious package arrived without a trace of its origin, no return label to guide its journey, no tracking number to unravel its path. Just a humble cardboard box, kissed by the morning dew, standing silently on Sarah Miller's porch. It was not intended for her, the name on it foreign, unfamiliar. She should have ignored it, left it to linger in the shadows of her doorstep. But curiosity, that insatiable whisper in the night, beckoned her closer. With trembling hands, she peeled back the tape that sealed the box, expecting mundane contents, a stack of books, perhaps, or a bundle of clothes. Yet what lay within was far from ordinary. A VHS tape, ancient and enigmatic, nestled amidst layers of protective packaging, accompanied by a single sticky note bearing a cryptic command: "Watch alone." Sarah, standing in her kitchen, held the black plastic tape in her hands, feeling its weight press heavily against her palms. It seemed to carry a gravity, a forbidden allure that tugged at her senses. Her fingers traced the worn edges, the imperfections etched into the plastic case, as if each scratch held a secret waiting to be unveiled. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, of a message delivered with a sense of impending doom. Outside, the world carried on in its mundane rhythm, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing, the distant hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning stillness. Unaware of the enigma that had just crossed Sarah's threshold, the suburban neighborhood lived on, cocooned in its own reality. Bringing the package inside, Sarah hesitated, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her, a stranger's identity intruding into her peaceful existence. She had resided in the house for years, never encountering a mention of this elusive figure. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell, leaving behind memories of a different time. Yet a tug of curiosity, intertwined with unease, compelled her to glance at her forgotten VCR, a relic of nostalgia gathering dust in the corner. There was something about the tape, a silent call to unravel the mystery shrouded within its worn facade. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape, the screen crackling with static before revealing a dimly lit room, bathed in shadows cast by a lone lamp. A man sat in a chair, his features initially obscured by darkness. As he spoke, his voice resonated with a quiet resolve, a hint of desperation lacing his words. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," he began, his confession hanging heavy in the air. "If you're watching this, they've found you, and they'll find me too." With each passing moment, the truth unfurled, painting a portrait of innocence tainted by circumstance. Daniel's tale unfolded a narrative of betrayal, of a life upended by forces beyond his control. The room around him spoke of transience, of a makeshift existence crafted in anticipation of departure. "They framed me," Daniel's voice quivered, the weight of injustice visible in his weary gaze. "I didn't kill her, I swear it, but they made it look like I did. Planted evidence, twisted truths. Catherine Walsh's murder, it wasn't me." Detective Eliza Ramirez, a lone guardian of truth in a world veiled by shadows, found herself entangled in a web of deceit woven with meticulous precision. The case of Catherine Walsh, a woman silenced in the pursuit of justice, bore the mark of a sinister conspiracy, one that threatened to engulf all in its path. The arrival of the tapes, each bearing Daniel's desperate plea, shattered the illusion of clarity, casting doubt on established truths. Ramirez, dedicated to unraveling the tangled threads of deception, delved deeper into the darkness, guided by a flickering light of hope. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a new narrative emerged, one of corporate malfeasance, of a whistleblower silenced by forces unseen. Catherine Walsh's crusade for truth, cut short by a ruthless hand, echoed through the corridors of power, shaking the foundations of complacency. Sarah Miller, a reluctant bystander thrust into the heart of the storm, received a second package, a trove of evidence that laid bare the sins of the powerful. The documents, a testament to Catherine's courage, revealed a truth too potent to be ignored, a truth that demanded justice. Together with Detective Ramirez, Sarah embarked on a journey of revelation, following Daniel's trail of breadcrumbs to a hidden sanctuary of secrets. Inside a nondescript storage unit, the final pieces of the puzzle awaited a journal chronicling the conspiracy, the original files that sealed Catherine's fate, and the damning evidence of a plot meticulously crafted. Justice, a silent specter lingering on the fringes of society, found its voice in the unlikeliest of places. The perpetrators, cloaked in shadows of their own making, were exposed, their empire of lies crumbling under the weight of undeniable truth. Daniel Whitaker, once a fugitive of fate, emerged from the shadows, a ghost of the past seeking solace in the light of redemption. The charges against him, a mirage of guilt, dissolved in the face of irrefutable evidence, clearing his name of the stain of false accusation. Sarah and Daniel, two souls bound by circumstance, stood face to face, a fleeting moment of understanding passing between them. In the quiet hum of the morning, they found solace in shared silence, a tacit acknowledgement of the fragile line between truth and deception. "Why me?" Sarah's voice, soft and laden with questions, broke the stillness. "Why send it to my address?" Daniel, his eyes weary yet resolute, met her gaze. "The algorithm chose you," he whispered, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "A stranger in the night, a bearer of truth unbidden." Their encounter, a dance of fate and chance, lingered in the air, a reminder of the intricate tapestry of existence. The VHS tapes, silent witnesses to a saga of betrayal and redemption, stood as relics of a truth veiled in mystery, waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to seek it. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a grand old house, a porcelain doll with painted blue eyes was discovered hidden in the attic, tucked beneath a worn blanket. Sarah and Michael, a young couple who had recently purchased the house, initially brushed off the doll as just another forgotten relic of the past. However, that night, a strange sensation settled over the house. The air grew heavy, the silence oppressive. And when morning came, the doll was no longer in the attic. It now sat ominously at the foot of Sarah and Michael's bed. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the Victorian house's intricate details and enigmatic aura when they bought it at auction. Little did they know that the house's history would soon entwine with their own. Detective Rachel Winters was called to the scene on a crisp autumn morning where a chilling discovery awaited her. The female victim was found in the master bedroom, posed unnaturally with a look of terror frozen on her face. Meanwhile, the male victim appeared to have been desperately trying to escape, his body sprawled in the hallway. As Detective Winters delved into the investigation, she couldn't shake the feeling that the crime scene resembled a macabre display. The house whispered secrets of its troubled past, with each neighbor's account adding a layer of unease to the growing mystery. The forensic team uncovered peculiar clues, microscopic fibers reminiscent of antique doll clothing scattered throughout the house, concentrated around the victims and the attic. Further digging into the property's history unveiled a disturbing pattern of previous owners meeting tragic ends under mysterious circumstances. A newspaper clipping hinted at the tragic tale of a doll maker who once resided in the house, his final creation rumored to hold a dark secret. The connection between the victims and their shared renovations in the attic space sent shivers down Detective Winters' spine. Old photographs hidden in the attic revealed the doll maker's eerie collection, with one doll bearing a striking resemblance to the one found by Sarah and Michael. The images hinted at a haunting reality. The dolls seemed to shift positions between frames, a silent specter watching over its domain. Infrared scans unveiled invisible handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, a trail of eerie evidence left behind by an unseen force. A breakthrough came when a distant relative of the doll maker shared chilling family lore about binding spirits to objects and infusing them with a sinister form of life. The line between reality and nightmare blurred as the investigation took a dark turn, leaving Detective Winters grasping at elusive truths that defied conventional explanation. Despite her best efforts, the case grew cold, the doll's whereabouts remaining a haunting mystery. Detective Winters, shaken by the inexplicable events, decided to retire early, bearing the weight of unanswered questions. The house changed hands once more, its unsettling history casting a shadow over its allure. The new owners, wary of the attic's secrets, chose to leave it undisturbed. Yet whispers of a spectral presence lingered in the neighborhood, tales of a childlike laughter echoing through the stillness of the night. And though the doll remained elusive, its legacy endured, a dark enigma woven into the fabric of the house's storied past. Story 13. In the quiet anticipation of a new arrival, she felt the urge to refresh the nursery's faded blue walls, a hue that whispered tales of the past. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden message began to emerge, faint at first, then growing bolder. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat as she stepped back, noticing tiny handprints imprinted on the wall, too high for any child to reach. This unexpected revelation within the Morgan residence's nursery marked the onset of what would be known as the Whispering House case. A young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low cost, unaware of its ominous history. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the scene, greeted by a pregnant woman whose tired eyes betrayed sleepless nights and trembling hands as she recounted the chilling discovery. The woman shared how the previous owners had vanished overnight, leaving only essentials behind in their hasty departure. Walking through the aged home, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on weathered floorboards as she examined the nursery's partially painted wall, still bearing the cryptic message in ghostly handprints. Delving into the property's records, she uncovered a disturbing pattern of frequent ownership changes and unsettling reports from families with children who had resided there. Further investigation revealed the house's connection to Alina Blackwood, a widow who once ran an orphanage within its walls, where 5 children had mysteriously disappeared. As the detective pieced together the puzzle, a forensic linguist confirmed the eerie handwriting on the walls matched that of Alina's journals, hinting at a dark secret hidden for decades. Upon gaining permission to investigate beneath the basement floor, radar readings unveiled 5 child-sized anomalies buried beneath the concrete. The subsequent excavation uncovered a tragic truth: 5 sets of remains, confirming the fate of the missing orphans from Alina's time. Luminol revealed a haunting sight in the nursery, countless handprints glowing in the dark, a silent testament to the children's desperate attempts to escape their fate. Alina's journals shed light on her twisted beliefs, leading to the closure of the case with the proper burial of the victims and the acknowledgement of their true story. Despite justice being served, an unsettling presence lingered within the house, reaching out through time and layers of paint. The nursery walls, marked by the children's restless spirits, were eventually demolished, but whispers of the past persisted among the debris, deterring workers from returning after dark. The house, tainted by its dark legacy, was condemned, leaving behind unanswered questions and a sense of lingering unease. Detective Klein held onto a chilling photograph of glowing handprints, a reminder that some mysteries transcend the boundaries of time and paint, leaving indelible marks on the soul. Story 14. The town held a secret, whispered only in the rustling of leaves. At the edge of the woods stood a house forgotten by time, its windows reflecting shadows, its porch bearing the weight of forgotten years. No one laid claim to its ownership, no memory lingered of its builder. But when a group of hikers strayed too close, they glimpsed a mystery etched in wood, names carved like ancient runes, a silent testimony. And among them, fresh and untarnished, a name unknown to all but one. A tremulous voice broke the silence. That name is mine. In the dead of night, a call pierced the stillness. Dispatch cataloged it as routine, a mere trespassing incident. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the trailblazer who stumbled upon his name etched into the abandoned abode. The responding officers anticipated juvenile mischief, a prank among companions. What they encountered transcended reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, unveiling the weathered face of the structure. The names 27 in total scripted vertically on the eastern wall. Some faded with the passage of time, blending into the weathered wood. Others remained crisp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision redolent of fresh wood shavings. "I've never set foot here before," Mason maintained, his breath a spectral mist in the frigid air. "How could anyone know my name?" The investigation commenced with scrutiny of each listed name. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name corresponded to a missing soul over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, others lingered open. Yet a disquieting commonality threaded through them. All the vanished had wandered these woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, the styles, the erosion patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, linked to a disappearance from 37 years past. The archives chronicled a young wanderer swallowed by these woods, never to return. Search parties found naught but a lone boot beside a babbling brook. Interrogations with Mason yielded a steadfast narrative. His roots bore no connection to these woods beyond this fateful trek with college comrades. They had chosen the path whimsically, guided by an online suggestion. No thread tied him to the other names adorning the wooden wall. The focus shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's lens wielder, proffered snapshots from their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts unearthed a disquieting revelation: a spectral figure blurred in the background of 3 frames. A gaunt, towering silhouette, perpetually obscured by foliage. "We encountered no one else on our trek," Emily affirmed. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a sweep of the forsaken dwelling's interior. The edifice seemed abandoned, veiled in dust, its furnishings in disarray. Yet in the cellar, a chilling tableau awaited discovery. Belongings of the vanished hikers lay arrayed methodically on wooden shelves. Watches, satchels, cameras, wallets, each annotated with a name from the external wall. Technicians meticulously cataloged each article. Beneath ultraviolet light, long-dried bloodstains bled into the concrete, a macabre mosaic of attempted erasure. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled no subterranean graves beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs obsessively signaled towards the rear where the forest thickened. As the inquiry deepened, Detective Keller noted a shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He recounted peculiar incidents, whispers in the wind, footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures observing from the streets. A guardian was assigned, yet paranoia consumed Mason. A breakthrough surfaced with unearthing of land deeds concealed in county annals. The property had belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter who vanished 15 years prior without probe. A warrant granted access to the encompassing woods. The search party unearthed makeshift hunting blinds strategically poised along popular trails. Within one perch, a journal unveiled meticulous notations, observations on hikers, their paths, their gear. The script mirrored Victor Blackwood's known handwriting. The entries metamorphosed into a chilling chronicle. Early pages narrated hunting techniques for fauna. Later passages delineated humans as quarry, their idiosyncrasies, their vulnerabilities, the art of their harvest. The final entries meticulously detailed the stalking of each name on the wall, the methodical selection of prey. A manhunt ensued across jurisdictions, helicopters with infrared sensors scanning the foliage, tactical squads scouring every crevice and cavern, yet the quarry eluded capture. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Officers dispatched to his domicile discovered vacated rooms, an unlocked threshold. Upon the bedchamber wall, a fresh inscription read, "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason extended fruitlessly. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensic examiners stumbled upon a harrowing revelation. Concealed behind a false partition in the cellar, a workshop emerged. Woodworking utensils, preservative jars, and a freshly hewn timber piece bearing a new name awaiting its mounting on the external wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the primary forensic analyst who had combed the house initially. The analyst had called in sick that morn, unreachable by phone. A surveillance cordon enveloped the house. Cameras monitored every ingress. Motion sensors stood vigilant. The snare was set. 3 nights hence, alarms blared. Footage captured a figure materializing from the woods, impossibly tall, unnaturally thin, gliding with spectral grace. Tactical units closed in only for the cameras to falter. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished. The dwelling endures under ceaseless watch. Mason Wright and the analyst remain elusive. The investigation persists, resources allocated anew as akin vanishing tales surface in sylvan realms. The names on the wall have woven a tapestry of dread among law enforcers. Some shun their utterance. Others recoil from the enigma. Local wanderers skirt the dwelling, fearful that mere mention might etch their names into that macabre register, names unspoken and unseen. Story 15, the aging apartment exuded a sense of history, its time-worn walls holding silent secrets within. The heating system emitted a low groan, the pipes occasionally rattling in a familiar rhythm that echoed through the corridors. To the inhabitants, these sounds were merely part of the building's character, nothing to cause alarm. But one resident, a woman whose name was lost to the whispers of time, began to notice something different. One evening, as she sat by the vent, a faint voice drifted through the metal lattice, carrying a haunting melody that beckoned to her. It was not the usual chatter of neighbors or distant conversations. It was a whisper, soft and insistent, calling out to her, calling out her name. Intrigued yet unsettled, she pressed her ear against the grate, feeling a rush of cold air brush against her cheek. And then, almost teasingly, the voice spoke again. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself standing in the heart of the vacant apartment, a sense of unease creeping over her as she surveyed the scene. The forensics team moved with precision around her, capturing every detail with their cameras as if trying to freeze time itself. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until the scent of decay permeated the air. Officer Patel recited the notes from his pad, detailing Alina's claims of hearing voices through the vents, dismissed by the building management as mere quirks of an aging structure. Shaw knelt by the vent, her keen eyes tracing the scratch marks etched around its edges. These were not random marks of wear and tear. They spoke of desperation, of a futile attempt to escape from within. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had exhibited signs of distress in the days leading to her disappearance. Her sister, a fragile presence in the face of tragedy, recounted Alina's growing paranoia, her belief that unseen eyes watched her every move, whispered to her through the very walls of her sanctuary. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's world, she uncovered a tapestry of clues that painted a chilling portrait. Fibers from Alina's cherished cardigan found in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the interior of the cover, and haunting audio recordings capturing the essence of fear and longing in Alina's voice. The building itself held a dark past, with tenants fleeing its confines, haunted by unseen forces and spectral whispers. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent, seemed an enigma cloaked in shadows, his calm facade masking deeper truths that Shaw sought to unravel. A hidden passage concealed within Alina's bathroom unveiled a sinister reality, a secret realm where someone had dwelled, unseen and unheard, observing from the shadows, whispering sweet promises of companionship. Weber's meticulously organized files revealed a disturbing obsession, a twisted dance of voyeurism and possession that culminated in Alina's tragic fate. His serene demeanor belied a soul consumed by a twisted sense of connection with his victims, a belief that the building itself whispered to him, guiding his hand in the macabre symphony he orchestrated. As the trial unfolded, the chilling details of Weber's crimes emerged, painting a portrait of a man driven by delusions and a dark thirst for control. The jury's swift verdict condemned him to the shadows, where his whispers would echo unheard, his presence a stain on the very walls that bore witness to his atrocities. The apartment building, now a hollow shell of its former self, stands as a monument to the darkness that once lurked within its walls. Despite attempts to erase the past, the whispers persist, carried on the cold drafts that sweep through the corridors, a reminder of the voices that once called out in the night. And so the building remains a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets as new residents come and go, unaware of the shadows that linger in the corners, the whispers that echo through the vents. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle a symphony of memories that refuse to fade, a lullaby of the past that lingers in the stillness of the night. Story 16. In the heart of the city, there was a quaint coffee shop that held a secret within its walls. For years, a mysterious man frequented the shop, his routine unchanging. Same table, same order, same silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he failed to appear. When the authorities investigated his absence, they stumbled upon a wallet left behind at his usual spot. Inside, a driver's license with a photo but no name, no address, just an empty space where his identity should have been. Reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer was met with a perplexing sight. The man, now known as John Doe in the case files, seemed ordinary on camera, average height, unremarkable features, clad in a navy coat with a worn leather messenger bag. His disappearance defied logic, for he had entered, sat down, but never emerged. As Mercer delved deeper, she noticed peculiarities in the footage. Each morning, a flicker in the time stamp as John entered the shop, a detail dismissed as a glitch by the tech specialist, but it tugged at Mercer's intuition. Returning to the coffee shop, she scrutinized every corner for answers. Her focus settled on an ancient mirror hanging between the entrance and the restroom hallway. Intricately carved symbols adorned its frame, reminiscent of those in John's enigmatic notebook. The shop owner recounted the mirror's history, revealing it had never been moved since his tenure. A revelation struck Mercer when she touched the mirror, feeling an unexpected warmth emanating from its surface. With the forensics team's arrival, they uncovered a hidden compartment behind it. Inside, a trove of wallets identical to the one left behind, a journal chronicling decades of entries in John Doe's handwriting. The journal hinted at experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference, alluding to a nexus point at the coffee shop where realities converged. Mercer's investigation unveiled a world beyond comprehension, where mirrors served as gateways between parallel existences. Reports emerged of eerie occurrences near the coffee shop, reflections moving independently, phantom sightings of John Doe at his table. An elderly physicist, Margaret Keller, shed light on the enigma. John Doe was Daniel Weston, a brilliant scientist lost to an experiment involving quantum mirrors. Weston's theories posited the coexistence of multiple realities, with specific locations acting as conduits for interdimensional travel. The coffee shop stood atop the former laboratory where Weston vanished, the mirror a focal point of his research. In a chilling revelation, Mercer witnessed two versions of Weston in the security footage, existing simultaneously within the mirror's reflection. Rushing to the coffee shop, she found the mirror shattered, a final warning inscribed in Weston's script: "The experiment is complete. The window is closed." The case of the man who defied existence remained unsolved, shrouded in mystery. The coffee shop faded into memory, its secrets buried beneath rubble. Daniel Weston's fate remained unknown, his legacy etched in whispers of parallel worlds. Mercer, haunted by the enigma, retreated from the force, consumed by the echoes of a reality beyond comprehension. On quiet nights, she sits on her porch, transcribing feverishly in a notebook akin to Weston's, a fragment of the antique mirror casting spectral ripples upon her wall. Story 17. In the quiet stillness of the night, a faint flicker disrupted the peace, a mere hiccup in the baby monitor's usual feed. The mother, half asleep, brushed it off as mere interference, a fleeting glitch in the system. But then the crackling static intensified, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered through the darkness, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her heart quickening with unease. Hastily she dashed to her son's room, panic rising within her like a rising tide. The crib stood empty, devoid of its precious occupant. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the room was a plush rabbit lying askew on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her with an unsettling gaze. Rebecca's scream pierced the night, a primal cry of anguish and disbelief that echoed through the house, searing her throat raw. The neighbors, stirred from their slumber, dialed emergency services in a flurry of concern. When the authorities arrived, they found her cradling the stuffed rabbit, her world shattered, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor in a haze of shock and despair. Samuel, her 4-month-old son, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that seemed insurmountable. Initial investigations yielded little, a frustrating puzzle with missing pieces. No signs of forced entry marred the pristine facade of the home, the security system standing sentry throughout the night. The baby monitor footage, once innocuous, now held a sinister weight, capturing that haunting voice and crackling static that defied all logic. How could someone infiltrate a locked sanctuary, snatch a child, and vanish into the night without a trace, save for a discarded toy? Suspicion clouded the air, settling heavily on Rebecca's shoulders. Her husband, Daniel, absent on business, cast a shadow of doubt over their strained marriage. Medical records whispered of her silent battles with postpartum depression, painting her in shades of vulnerability and suspicion. The detective's keen eye noted her unnervingly composed demeanor, a stark contrast to a mother robbed of her child. A breakthrough, faint but significant, emerged from the shadows of uncertainty. Microscopic fibers alien to the household clung to the nursery windowsill, a silent witness to an intruder's clandestine entry. A rare climbing rope, its fibers entwined with secrets, hinted at a skilled trespasser scaling the walls of their haven. The focus shifted, unraveling a web of deceit and betrayal. Security footage, a silent observer in the night, revealed a phantom figure prowling in the darkness, a ghostly presence with sinister intent. A footprint, half hidden in the garden soil, bore the mark of a specialized boot, a tool of the trade for military operatives and seasoned climbers. Rebecca faded into the background as Daniel, returning with a facade of confusion and heartache, stepped into the spotlight of scrutiny. His hands, marred by unusual calluses, betrayed a hidden truth, a hobby turned sinister in the face of scrutiny. Rock climbing, a guise for stress relief, now cast a shadow of suspicion on his actions. Financial records whispered of dark intentions, a life insurance policy on Samuel's innocent life, a pact sealed with deceit and greed. The web tightened, ensnaring him in a trap of his own making. Phone records, a digital breadcrumb trail of deceit, led to an unknown number now silent, a whisper of collusion in the night. A second family, hidden in the shadows of his past, surfaced like a specter, a revelation that shattered Rebecca's world anew. The baby monitor, once a guardian of peace, unveiled a darker truth through digital forensics, a tale of manipulation and betrayal. In a dimly lit basement, the truth lay in wait, a specter of the past brought to light. Samuel, cradled in the arms of a woman named Elaine, emerged from the shadows, a survivor of a twisted game of love and loss. Daniel's first wife, a ghost from his past, haunted by a miscarriage that tore their world asunder, now stood at the center of a storm of deception. Her vacant eyes met the harsh reality of justice, her hands bound in chains of consequence. The echoes of the past reverberated through the courtroom, a tale of love turned sour, of lost driving souls to the brink of madness. Daniel's protestations fell on deaf ears, his climbing gear a damning testament to his sins. The trial, a somber affair cloaked in shadows, unveiled the chilling truth in the hush of the courtroom. The enhanced audio, a haunting melody of betrayal, echoed through the halls, laying bare the guilt that tainted the night Samuel vanished. Daniel's cough, a telltale echo of his presence at the scene of the crime, sealed his fate in the eyes of justice. The verdict, swift and unyielding, cast a pall over their lives, a sentence befitting their crimes against innocence. Rebecca, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair, gathered her son close, seeking solace in a world free from shadows. The baby monitor, a silent witness to their ordeal, stood as a testament to the resilience of a mother's love. In the quiet hum of the night, as sleep claimed the world in its gentle embrace, Rebecca tucked away the stuffed rabbit, its eyes a silent reminder of the darkness they had faced. Samuel, cradled in her arms, slept soundly, a beacon of hope in a world tainted by deception and loss. The monitor, a guardian of truth in a realm of shadows, whispered a lullaby of peace, a promise of safety in the darkness. And as the night unfolded its velvet curtain, a new chapter began, bathed in the soft glow of a mother's love and a child's innocence. A tale of resilience and redemption in the face of unspeakable darkness. Story 18. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded borders, capturing a birthday celebration from long ago. Smiles frozen in time, candles flickering with gentle warmth, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. Yet when the daughter inherited the box of forgotten memories, a chilling discovery awaited her. Among the familiar faces there lurked a presence, a figure in the background lurking just beyond the group. A man half shrouded in shadow, standing on the fringes of the candlelight. He was not part of the family, not a familiar face from the past, and yet with each passing photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic after the solemnity of the funeral had settled. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a glimpse into happier times, or so it seemed at first. However, what she unearthed would unravel into a disturbing mystery that defied explanation. In the initial photograph, he was a mere whisper of a presence, a dark silhouette lingering on the outskirts of her 7th birthday party. His obscured face turned towards the gathering, a silent observer. In the subsequent photo, taken moments later, he had crept closer, crossing the threshold into the room. And in the next, he loomed behind her uncle, a specter unnoticed by those in the frame. With trembling hands, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she recounted her unsettling discovery. "Dad, who is this man haunting all these pictures?" A heavy silence hung in the air before her father's response came, his voice strained with disbelief. "What man? There should be no one there but family." Detective Marcus Reed sat across from Sarah, the photographs scattered across his desk like pieces of a cryptic puzzle. Rain pattered against the window panes, casting dancing shadows that mirrored the unease in the room. His experienced gaze swept over each photo, a subtle furrow in his brow betraying his intrigue. "No one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his tone measured but curious. Sarah shook her head, her eyes fixed on the progression of images before them. The detective lined in, the weight of realization settling upon him. The figure moved with purpose through the captured moments, drawing closer to the unsuspecting children with each frame. In the final photo, he stood directly behind Sarah's younger self, a ghostly hand outstretched towards her, just beyond the frame's edge. Reed posed the possibility of the photographer's presence, a rational explanation for an irrational occurrence. But Sarah clarified that her mother had been the one behind the camera, setting the timer and joining the celebration within the frame. The detective made copies of the photos, initiating a formal investigation that would unearth long-buried truths. Days passed and Reed diligently reached out to every living attendee of the fateful party, only to find no recollection of the mysterious figure. No hired help, no unexpected guests, just a secluded countryside setting chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition software proved futile, the figure eluding identification in each snapshot. And yet there was a deliberate intention in his movements, a calculated presence that defied logic. Sarah's discovery of similar figures in other family albums propelled the investigation forward. Different gatherings, different years, but the same haunting presence lurking in the shadows of the past. A digital specialist unveiled hidden details within the aged photographs, exposing a scar, a ring, a glimpse of a face previously concealed in darkness. And then a breakthrough dental records linking the figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a dark history of vanished children. Keller's connection to the rental properties where families had congregated was a chilling revelation. His disappearance following questioning in previous abduction cases aligned with the timeline of the unsettling photographs. As authorities delved deeper, they unearthed buried artifacts beneath Keller's former home, trinkets belonging to missing children, including one that Sarah had long believed lost from her childhood. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the evidence of unspeakable horrors, Sarah grappled with the weight of the revelations. The detective's call confirming the identification of remains near one of the vacation properties echoed in her mind, a bittersweet closure to a chapter of anguish. And as she gazed at the final birthday photo, the warmth of the candlelight seemed to dim in the presence of the figure hovering behind her youthful self, a silent sentinel of dread. The interconnected threads of unsolved cases spanning decades had finally unraveled, shedding light on the shadow that had haunted family gatherings unseen. Justice, though belated, had come to those who had long sought answers. The hidden figure in the family photos had stepped into the stark glare of accountability, his malevolent presence acknowledged at last after years of clandestine existence. Collecting the photos, Sarah returned them to the box, now transformed into a repository of truth. For sometimes, the most perilous threats are those veiled within captured moments, insidious figures moving through celebrations unnoticed, leaving behind only a faint imprint of their sinister passage through the frozen tapestry of time. Story 19. The dwelling had sat untouched for an age. Locals whispered that it had remained barren since the mysterious disappearance of a young woman. However, when the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a locked bedroom, its secrets concealed within. Upon forcing entry, they were met with a heavy, stagnant atmosphere, laden with neglect, but an unsettling aura lingered. The bed was immaculately made, the mirror devoid of blemish. A lone candle had dwindled to a mere puddle of wax, frozen tears in time. And there, upon the desk, lay a notebook, its pages adorned with fresh ink. The final entry bore the date of her vanishing. Detective Morgan delved into the journal's contents as forensic experts combed the room for traces of the past. The elegant script belonged to Elise Winters, a 26-year-old who had vanished without a trace, her meticulous handwriting flowing gracefully until the last entry, where the ink bore down with urgency, leaving imprints on blank pages to come. I sense his watchful gaze tonight, the final words revealed. The same vehicle has circled thrice. I've reached out for aid to no avail. Should the worst come to pass, know it was no happenstance. Closing the notebook, the detective secured it within an evidence pouch. A musty scent, mingled with a faint chemical tang, lingered in the air. The landlord, pallid and arms crossed, stood in the doorway. "We scoured every inch before listing it," he murmured. "That door should not have been locked." Elise had toiled as a paralegal at Harriman and Associates, a prestigious firm embroiled in high-stakes legal battles. Colleagues painted her as diligent, devoted, yet increasingly withdrawn in the days preceding her disappearance. Late nights became routine, her supervisor confided to investigators. She stumbled upon discrepancies in the Westridge acquisition files, numbers altered, documents retroactively amended. The detective scrutinized photographs of Elise auburn locks, earnest eyes framed by spectacles, perpetually attired in professional garb. The poised woman captured in the images seemed too methodical to vanish without a trace, too structured to depart unannounced. The bedroom yielded scant clues, no signs of strife, no bloodshed, just a frozen moment as if Elise had stepped out momentarily intending to return. The candle, bereft of scent, had marred the desk beneath it with heat-warped grooves. "What have we unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the lead forensic examiner. Multiple sets of prints, weathered with time. Yet the intriguing absence lies in the wiped doorknob and window fastenings, inside and out. The investigative team probed behind baseboards, scrutinized electrical outlets, and sought hidden recesses. Beneath a loose floorboard near the closet, they discovered a weatherproof container housing a flash drive and a key. The key unveiled a safety deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Within lay another flash drive and a cache of documents. These papers chronicled financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore entities tied to Harriman and Associates partners. Digital forensics unveiled audio recordings and spreadsheets detailing manipulated data from Westridge's flagship drug trial, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise and Vincent Harriman, the firm's senior partner. "These figures cannot surface," Harriman cautioned in one recording. "Adverse reactions occurred in nearly 40% of patients, not the 4% we disclosed. If this leaks, our firm crumbles and Westridge shares plummet." "People are perishing," Elise countered. "The seizures align precisely with the initial data." "This dialogue never occurred," Harriman retorted. "Remember, confidentiality within these walls is sacrosanct. It safeguards us all." Detective Morgan liaised with pharmaceutical overseers, who confirmed Neurapax's discreet withdrawal from the market following deaths correlating with Elise's concealed findings. Subpoenas unveiled charges for industrial cleaning at Harriman's getaway on the day of Elise's disappearance. Traces of her blood, microscopic yet damning, surfaced despite meticulous sanitation. The enigma of the sealed chamber persisted until Morgan reviewed footage from neighboring surveillance systems. A figure akin to Harriman's silhouette was captured entering the premises during a tempestuous night when Elise vanished. Curiously, he never emerged from any discernible exit. Returning with a structural expert, Morgan unearthed a concealed passage within the bedroom closet, leading to subterranean maintenance tunnels spanning several blocks beneath aged neighborhood domiciles. The clandestine passage had been veiled with fresh drywall, camouflaged to match the original surface. During a boardroom session, authorities apprehended Vincent Harriman. Confronted with irrefutable proof, he maintained his innocence, ascribing Elise's demise to her plan of fleeing with incriminating data. "She grew unhinged, paranoid," he protested, "fabricating evidence to tarnish our firm after a promotion denial." The jury rendered a contrary verdict. Surveillance footage from Elise's covert camera, nestled within a bookend, depicted Harriman entering her quarters that fateful night. The recording terminated abruptly as he approached her desk where she transcribed her final words. Prosecutors posited that after Elise's demise, Harriman secured the room from within using a rudimentary contrivance of string and a hook, absconding through the covert passage. Years later, he revisited, eradicating vestiges that could indict him, unwittingly preserving the scene for investigators. Harriman received a first-degree murder conviction, despite Elise's remains never being retrieved. Harriman and associates executives embroiled in the scandal faced separate indictments. Families of Neuropac's victims instigated a class-action suit, unraveling systemic deceit. At the sentencing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's sanctum remained inviolate, safeguarding the verity she sacrificed to unveil. She never truly departed that chamber." Her quest for rectitude remained ensconced, awaiting revelation. The new tenants balked at moving in. The domicile stood vacant once more, its enigmas laid bare yet unburied. Locals circumvented it post-dusk, some alleged glimpsing a flicker in the upper casement, the very chamber where a young woman waged her final stand against formidable forces who presumed their sins cloaked eternally. Justice arrived for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the testament she bequeathed. The chamber she never truly forsook became both her sepulcher and her testimony. Story 20: The House of Hidden Eyes. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints, meticulously studied, revealed no trace of it. Yet, as the family carefully peeled back the worn carpet in their new home, a discovery awaited them: a door concealed beneath the floorboards. A door with a heavy, rusted handle that resisted their efforts to open it. With combined strength, they finally managed to reveal what lay beyond. A rush of stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, greeted them as they descended the steps into the darkness below. Expecting to find a storage space, their eyes beheld a strange sight instead. A solitary chair occupied the center of the room, illuminated by a single swaying light bulb above, and on the wall behind the chair, a chilling display photographs of themselves. Images captured from within the confines of their own home, taken without their knowledge or consent. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during a harsh winter, drawn to the character and history they believed the house possessed. Little did they know the depths of history hidden within its walls, ready to entwine with their own lives in unforeseen ways. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene, accompanied by her partner and a team of forensic experts. Yellow tape fluttered around the perimeter, sealing off the mysterious basement from prying eyes. Mrs. Mercer's voice trembled as she recounted the shocking discovery beneath their living room floor. Connors wasted no time, instructing her team to document every detail before further exploration. Gloved hands expertly operated cameras, capturing the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into the compact basement, its concrete walls painted a drab gray. In the heart of the room, the bolted chair stood as a silent sentinel under the harsh glare of the bare bulb. But it was the row of 37 photographs on the wall that held the key to the unsettling mystery. Each image meticulously arranged in chronological order, capturing intimate moments of the Mercer family's daily life. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that this intrusion had spanned generations of previous owners. Families had come and gone, unaware of the hidden eyes that watched their every move. No signs of forced entry, no theft, just a pervasive invasion of privacy that left a chilling imprint on each resident. Interviews with past owners revealed a tangled web of deceit and concealment surrounding the property's history. Blueprints altered, permits withdrawn, records redacted. The house seemed to guard its secrets with a malevolent intent. A breakthrough came with the revelation of a hidden monitoring station behind the wall of photographs. A journal filled with obsessive observations of each family pointed to the original builder, Edward Kelvin, as the mastermind behind the clandestine surveillance. Kelvin's presence, long thought to be a specter of the past, manifested in the form of a wiry recluse found within the very walls he had constructed. His delusions painted the families as unwitting actors in his private drama, their lives meticulously documented for his voyeuristic pleasure. The trial that followed exposed the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, a twisted labyrinth designed to capture every moment of his residents' lives. As the house was razed to the ground, the families haunted by the knowledge that their sanctuary had been violated in ways they could never have imagined. In quiet moments, they still cast wary glances at the corners of rooms, wondering if the shadows held more than just memories. The legacy of Edward Kelvin's obsession lingered, a silent specter that whispered of the unseen eyes that had watched, unblinking, from the hidden recesses of the house. Story 21. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the early light with a serene calmness. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially dismissing it as a pile of discarded clothes, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he approached and caught a whiff of the pungent, heavy odor emanating from the case. It was wrapped in chains, weathered and rusted from its time in the elements. When the authorities pried it open, what they discovered inside was chilling a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the bottom, a cryptic note that sent a shiver through all who read it. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her handkerchief pressed to her nose to block out the stench that lingered in the air. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her, her dark hair matted and her once pale skin now marked by the water's touch. The medical examiner worked meticulously, capturing every detail before the body was carefully removed. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the gruesome disposal of the body, but the eerie sense of care taken in the victim's presentation: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in expensive attire. She wasn't killed here, Mercer mused, her gaze fixed on the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy shore. She was meticulously prepared, displayed. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling high-end properties, had lived a seemingly polished life. Divorced, childless, residing alone in an affluent neighborhood, she had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to show up for a crucial showing with wealthy clients, a sale that could have been her most significant commission yet. As investigators delved into Walsh's impeccably kept home, they found everything in its place, almost unnaturally perfect. Designer furniture arranged with precision, not a speck of dust in sight. Even the contents of her refrigerator were meticulously organized, labeled by the day. But a slight anomaly caught their attention in her home office, a slightly open drawer that revealed a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent chills down their spines. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Further examination of Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a trail of unsettling clues, numerous messages from unknown sources, all bearing the same eerie phrase, "I see your perfection." Sent at precise times on different days, her internet searches revealed a fixation on home security systems and self-defense tools. Detective Mercer pieced together the puzzle, drawing connections between the meticulous killer's ritualistic approach and the evidence at hand. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she confided to her partner. "This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a carefully orchestrated ceremony." A breakthrough in the case came unexpectedly from a local pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinct emerald necklace among the pawned items. The culprit turned out to be Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker who frequented the shop. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always during her absence while showing properties. Upon searching Linden's modest apartment, investigators were met with a chilling sight: the walls adorned with photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were ominously crossed out in red. Within a concealed compartment in Linden's closet, a macabre shrine was found, displaying personal items belonging to each victim: meticulously arranged hair strands, lipstick-stained tissues, keys, receipts, each with a detailed notebook documenting their daily habits and preferences. The interrogation room fell silent as Linden, with his unassuming demeanor and composed voice, confessed matter-of-factly, "They were flawed. They projected an image of perfection, but I saw through it. Catherine's desk drawer was always messy. She missed a spot when applying her lipstick. Her perfection was a faux pas." The search for the other victims mentioned in Linden's note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each containing women resembling Walsh. A grim pattern emerged. Linden had meticulously stalked each victim, learning their routines, infiltrating their lives, before meticulously grooming them in what he deemed as their ideal state before ending their lives. During Linden's trial, he sat emotionless as the gruesome details of his crimes were laid bare. He had sought out women who projected an aura of flawlessness, only to dismantle that illusion in his twisted attempt to correct what he perceived as imperfections. The families of the victims watched in somber silence as he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet unsettling questions lingered in her mind. What had driven Linden to fixate on these particular women? What insecurities within himself had he sought to erase through his monstrous acts? As the river continued its tranquil journey downstream, its waters gradually erasing all traces of the dark events that had unfolded along its banks, on Mercer's desk in the precinct lay copies of those haunting notebooks, a stark reminder that within the veneer of normalcy, shadows may lurk. The most dangerous predators, she realized, were often those who walked among us, concealed by the guise of normalcy, waiting for the tiniest flaw to reveal their true nature. Story 22. The aged apartment held its secrets, its quirks murmuring through the pipes and whispering across the creaking floorboards. Yet the new tenant sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps, too deliberate, too steady, echoed from above, a haunting rhythm that defied explanation. She dwelled on the topmost floor, far removed from any earthly intruder. One fateful night, a surge of courage propelled her to tap the broomstick against the ceiling. The sound ceased. Silence lingered, pregnant with anticipation. Then, a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman harbored the unsettling encounter within, shielding it from prying eyes and dismissing it as mere echoes of the building's settling bones, or perhaps a stray creature seeking refuge in the attic's shadows. Night after night, the methodical footfalls traversed her ceiling, threading a chilling path through the darkness. She adapted, drowning out the phantom steps with heightened television volumes and bedside headphones, a fragile shield against the unseen intruder. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigma through a chance revelation, as a maintenance worker unearthed a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. A leak in the hallway prompted the removal of a section of drywall, revealing a clandestine passage unaccounted for in the building's blueprints. Within this hidden realm, a makeshift living space unfolded before the workers' eyes, a jarring juxtaposition of food remnants, discarded bottles, a tattered blanket, and a weathered journal. The building's superintendent promptly summoned the authorities, ushering Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, into the shadowed corridors of mystery. The maintenance worker, haunted by the discovery, muttered of a spectral presence dwelling within the walls, of eyes that watched unseen. The journal chronicled Sarah Coleman's existence in meticulous detail, her routines, her interactions, her very essence laid bare on weathered pages. The script, once precise, descended into chaotic scribbles, punctuated by cryptic symbols etched in desperation. The subject resists my influence, the final entry lamented. She defies me, none can evade my gaze. Forensic scrutiny unveiled fingerprints estranged from all databases, an intricate labyrinth of clandestine passages dating back decades entwined within the building's structure. These hidden conduits, linking 5 apartments, culminated in observation points concealed within a solitary domain, Sarah Coleman's sanctuary. Interviews with current residents unveiled a veil of normalcy, shrouding the building's dark past. Former tenants, however, whispered tales of unease, of unseen eyes that bore into their souls, lingering whispers that plagued their nights. The truth emerged when microscopic traces of blood danced in the shadows of a forgotten crawlspace, matching the DNA of a long-lost resident, Martin Weaver, vanished without a trace. Detective Morris delved deeper, unearthing a sinister tapestry woven by a recluse named Edward Mercer, a former construction worker turned phantom observer. Edward's legacy of silence and shadow spanned 2 decades, each top-floor residence a stage for his clandestine machinations. His transient existence, marked by sudden departures and whispered grievances, painted a somber portrait of a man adrift in his own shadows. A remote cabin harbored Edward's secrets, a shrine to the lives he had touched and twisted. Photographs lined the walls, capturing unsuspecting souls ensnared in his web. Maps traced the building's sinews, marking points of vulnerability and observation. Journals chronicled his specimens, his twisted fixation on maintaining their habitat, a chilling testament to a mind unhinged. Beneath the cabin's gaze, the earth whispered a macabre tale, each grave a testimony to Edward's dark legacy. As forensic hands sought to unravel the tangled remains, Detective Morris retraced his steps to Sarah's abode. Though the crawl spaces were sealed, whispers of unseen guests lingered, a haunting echo of Edward's ethereal presence. A fresh notebook surfaced, bearing a dire warning penned in familiar script. They found my past abode, but my new haven eludes discovery. A crude map marked Sarah's sanctuary, a passage awaiting its unveiling beneath the shroud of night. The hunt for Edward endured, a shadow slipping through the cracks of the urban tapestry. His spectral presence haunted the depths of the city, a phantom observer lurking in the shadows of forgotten corridors. Detective Morris, haunted by the specter of Sarah's plight, gazed skyward in the dead of night, pondering the unseen eyes that lingered in the dark. As Sarah Coleman's absence echoed across state lines, a chilling reminder emerged of the unseen shadows that prowled within the walls of familiarity. Apartment buildings stood as silent sentinels, bearing witness to secrets buried within their walls, cautionary tales of the specters that dwelled unseen in the heart of the city's embrace. And in the quiet hours of the night, Detective Morris listened, waiting for the footsteps that echoed in the void, a silent testament to the darkness that dwells within. Story 23. The worn wooden plank shifted under her weight, a subtle movement that whispered secrets hidden beneath the surface. Curiosity sparked. She knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges, sensing the void beneath. The floor was more than just a barrier, it held a mystery waiting to be unveiled. With deliberate care, she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, cramped space beneath her new dwelling. Dust and cobwebs greeted her at first, but as her vision adjusted to the dimness, shapes emerged from the darkness. A mattress, a chair, and nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with repetitions of a single name, her own name. Sarah Coleman stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the abyss below, a reflection of fear and disbelief mirrored in her eyes. Detective Morgan Reed stood by her side, a pillar of calm authority in the face of the unknown. "Don't disturb anything," she advised, her voice a steady anchor in the unsettling discovery. With a click, the flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing a cryptic gallery of surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move, her daily routines immortalized on the walls like a haunting tapestry. A shrine of obsession woven in secrecy, concealed beneath the sanctuary of her new home. The cottage had passed into Sarah's hands from the estate of Walter Green, an enigmatic recluse who had left behind no kin. The property had stood vacant, a silent witness to Walter's unseen fixation, shrouded in the guise of charm and renovation needs. No whispers of the hidden chamber had surfaced during inspections or sale, leaving Sarah adrift in a sea of unknowing. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors spoke of his solitude. I was told the basement access had long been sealed off. That's what the reports claimed." The arrival of crime scene investigators marked a shift in the narrative, their tools clattering against the floorboards as they delved into the clandestine space. Evidence was documented, secrets unearthed, and the mattress, chair, and notebook extracted from their clandestine lair. Forensic scrutiny revealed a tapestry of fingerprints, all bearing the mark of Walter Green, the ghostly architect of Sarah's hidden torment. The investigators were chilled by the timeline that emerged, a mosaic of obsession spanning years before Walter's demise. He had shadowed Sarah's every step, mingling in the backdrop of her life, a phantom presence she had never perceived. This level of fixation tends to escalate, the department's psychologist intoned during a briefing. From fantasy to reality, from shadows to actions. The hidden chamber hints at a darker plot. Detective Reed's inquiries took a twist when she sought out Walter's former colleague from the local mall's maintenance crew. A tremor of guilt lingered in the man's eyes, his fidgeting a testament to concealed truths. Walter spoke of her at times, he confessed. Said she reminded him of someone else. I dismissed it as harmless rambling. I never imagined his voice trailed off, lost in the weight of unspoken implications. Did he mention any intentions concerning her? Reed prodded. Not intentions, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. She belongs with me. I took it as idle chatter. A warrant granted access to Walter's untouched workplace locker, a key within leading to a storage unit cloaked in shadows. The metallic door groaned open, unveiling a mimicry of Sarah's past life, a replica of her former abode, meticulously recreated down to the smallest detail. A mannequin with her likeness perched at the desk, a sinister echo of Walter's delusions. Most unsettling was a calendar marked with a date, a looming promise of union just beyond Walter's untimely passing. The investigation delved deeper, unearthing Walter's troubled past of institutionalization for an infatuation that had never waned. The tendrils of erotomania had gripped him in youth, releasing him into a world where Sarah became the unwitting focal point of his distorted affections. At the precinct, Reed spread out the puzzle pieces, a mosaic of obsession and misdirected love. In his mind, they shared a bond, a destiny entwined beyond reality. Could she have crossed paths with him unknowingly, triggered this fixation inadvertently? A detective pondered. Reed shook her head. No traces found. Sometimes obsessions bloom from the slightest gestures, a glance, a smile. For him it was enough. Sarah chose to sever ties with the haunted cottage, its walls tainted by Walter's unseen gaze. During the final walk through, she lingered in the empty rooms, haunted by what could have been. What if he had lingered longer, if the floorboard hadn't betrayed him? How long would I have dwelled, oblivious to his watchful eyes, unaware of the secrets lurking beneath my feet? The case closed with Walter's passing, labeled as stalking with intent, a grim shadow of what might have come to pass. Sarah vanished into the horizon, her routines altered, her guard raised against unseen threats. Detective Reed kept a silent vigil, a guardian angel in the shadows, watching over a life that had narrowly escaped a darker fate. The cottage found new occupants, unaware of the specter that had once dwelled beneath their feet. The hidden chamber lay dormant, its mysteries sealed, its whispers of danger fading into the past. Life flowed onward, a river unbroken by the shadows that lingered in the crevices of memory. But for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor lingered an echo of unseen perils, of phantoms who slipped through the grasp of justice, and of souls who danced on the precipice of their own oblivion. Story 24. She wiped away the mist from the mirror, her gaze fixed on the reflection staring back at her. Everything seemed normal, her features in place, her attire unchanged. Yet an unsettling feeling crept over her the longer she looked. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. Turning away, she expected the reflection to follow suit, but it remained motionless, observing her every move. Thus began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, sparked by that eerie incident in her bathroom. Residing in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca led a solitary existence. Her acquaintances described her as meticulous, introverted, a woman who preferred solitude but maintained a polite rapport with her neighbors. Employed as a data analyst for a medium-sized firm, her days revolved around routines and precision. Nothing about her hinted at the extraordinary role she would come to play in a perplexing criminal saga that would captivate investigators and haunt the community for years to come. It all commenced with innocuous events. Rebecca began noticing minor rearrangements in her living space. Objects shifted from their usual places, nothing missing but subtly out of order. A coffee mug on a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush oddly placed by the sink. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses of memory, attributing them to long hours spent under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights, poring over spreadsheets until her eyes blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial complaint when, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, Rebecca finally reached out to the authorities. At first glance, there appeared to be no signs of criminal activity, leading Shaw to consider the matter more suited for mental health services than law enforcement. The report was duly noted but relegated to the stack of non-urgent cases. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later recounted. No broken locks, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her second interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the episode in vivid detail, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how an eerie sensation of being watched gripped her even in solitude. This time she presented proof, footage from a security camera she had installed, trained on her front entrance. The recording unveiled a sight that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed 20 minutes later by an identical doppelganger using a key to access her abode. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for any signs of tampering or digital deceit, but their investigations yielded nothing. The mysterious individual entering the apartment moved with the precision of Rebecca, dressed like her, even carried the same distinctive leather bag that she owned. However, according to time-stamped recordings from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We're dealing with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and mastered her mannerisms with uncanny accuracy." The probe escalated. Fingerprints found within the apartment matched only Rebecca's, with no foreign DNA detected. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca going about her daily routines as usual. Mrs. Keller, one neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter when she greeted Rebecca upon her return home one evening, receiving no response, a departure from the norm but not alarming. Rebecca started cataloging the disturbances in a journal. Seemingly minor alterations in her home escalated. Food she didn't remember consuming vanished from her fridge. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most disconcerting were the photographs discovered on her phone, selfies resembling her but taken without her recollection. In some images, her expression appeared slightly askew, the smile too wide, the eyes too intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this to make me believe so." The breakthrough arrived when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only made an appearance when Rebecca left for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately familiar with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't happenstance, it's calculated surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated that they were dealing with a case of fixation, a person fixated on becoming Rebecca, living her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Though rare, such cases were documented in psychological annals. The culprit typically experienced a psychological rupture and fixated on a target embodying qualities they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus of the investigation narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, frequently remarking on their similarities. Following her dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of unsettling emails, one of which read, "We could be interchangeable. At times, I feel more like you than you do." Securing a warrant, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's residence. What they uncovered transformed the case from unsettling to chilling. Within Lily's abode, one room had been transformed into a shrine-like replication of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were plastered with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all taken unbeknownst to her. A closet contained exact replicas of Rebecca's attire. Makeup brands identical to those favored by Rebecca adorned a vanity alongside meticulous notes on her idiosyncrasies, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The progression was evident: initial attempts clumsy and conspicuous, later renditions nearly indistinguishable from the genuine Rebecca. "She aspired to be me," Rebecca murmured upon witnessing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was endeavoring to obliterate me." Technicians unearthed sophisticated apparatus for replicating keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had devised an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with precise forecasts of her schedule. What eluded investigators was Lily's ultimate objective. Diaries discovered in her residence contained incoherent entries fluctuating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as both me and her within the same paragraph. The concluding entry sent shivers down their spines. Soon there shall be one, the stronger entity shall endure. When authorities attempted to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her residence bore signs of abrupt departure, drawers left ajar, certain gadgets missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was relocated to a secure facility under constant surveillance, entering protective custody. For 3 weeks, every location linked to her former life was under meticulous scrutiny. Lily remained elusive. The case took a harrowing turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an unusual occurrence. Despite being on leave and safeguarded in a monitored sanctuary, Rebecca had been sighted entering the premises. Surveillance footage corroborated the sighting. An individual identical to Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to enter the building, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before exiting. Implications dawned on them. Lily hadn't absconded, she had executed her plan. Assuming Rebecca's identity, she seamlessly integrated into her existence while the real Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unsolved. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne chose not to reclaim her past life, opting to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk, a pair of women strikingly alike. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking the nuances, the giveaways that would distinguish one from the other. The truly unsettling aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits is not that someone can mirror your appearance or mimic your voice. It's the fervor with which they aspire to become you, to the extent of effacing themselves in the process. Identity isn't merely our outward presentation, it's our most closely guarded possession. And at times, we only recognize its worth when someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 25, the aged library faced its fate of demolition. Workers neared completion when a serendipitous stumble revealed a concealed latch within a bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire case swung open, unveiling a narrow passage leading to a clandestine chamber. The air within hung heavy, undisturbed for decades. Devoid of furniture, a solitary chair stood in the center, anchored to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message lingered: "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly alerted the authorities, shifting what seemed routine into a realm tinged with darkness. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by 2 decades in law enforcement, entered the scene. His flashlight pierced the shadows, casting an eerie glow upon the walls adorned with the unsettling repetition of the message. "Secure the area," Walsh directed the officers, his voice reverberating in the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives." The building's history wove a captivating backdrop. Once owned by the Harrington family, local luminaries, the library had been bestowed upon the public following the mysterious vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. She had disappeared during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace save for her abandoned car near the woods. Despite exhaustive searches, the case grew cold, with the prevailing theory suggesting she had chosen to vanish, a notion her family vehemently rejected, convinced of a darker truth. As forensic experts meticulously combed the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber remnants embedded in the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered beneath the layers of dust on the scratched walls. Initial analyses hinted at the biological material belonging to a young woman. The chair was intended for confinement, the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant fought fiercely. Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, fixated on the timing of the library's donation. The gift, bestowed mere weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, no longer seemed a mere coincidence but a potentially crucial clue. Further probing unveiled a disquieting revelation. The contractor who installed the bookshelf concealing the hidden room had exclusively worked for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records revealed exorbitant payments to this contractor, surpassing standard renovation costs. Interviews with former library staff yielded shock at the discovery. None had knowledge of the concealed space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's solitary hours spent in that section after hours. She had presumed his solitude stemmed from a love for reading and a desire for privacy. Maxwell insisted that section remain untouched during renovations, she recounted to investigators, citing the woodwork's alleged historical significance. The investigation intensified when DNA evidence tied the hidden room to Rebecca via samples from her hairbrush. The timeline sharpened, revealing a grim reality. Rebecca had not fled but had been trapped behind the bookshelf, potentially by a family member. A warrant led detectives to the Harrington estate, where a leather-bound journal hidden in a secret drawer within Maxwell's study unveiled a chilling fixation on his niece. The journal's final entry exposed Maxwell's sinister resolve. She threatened to expose everything. The room will keep her until she learns. Confronted with the journal and DNA findings, Maxwell's facade crumbled during questioning. She jeopardized everything, he confessed tonelessly. Rebecca stumbled upon evidence of my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family name was paramount. I couldn't let her tarnish it. His admission painted a gruesome portrait. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and locked her away, intending to release her only upon her silence. But an escape attempt led to her demise. I panicked, Maxwell recounted. I buried her beneath the floorboards and sealed the room. Donating the building ensured its preservation untouched. Beneath the hidden room's floor, ground-penetrating radar confirmed human remains. Excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal form, adorned with the silver bracelet her parents had gifted her. At Maxwell's trial, the Harrington family bore witness as justice was finally served. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's bracelet, a tangible piece of solace after years of uncertainty. The library's demolition ceased, morphing into a site of remembrance. Community members adorned the entrance with flowers, honoring a life cut short and a truth concealed behind a bookshelf. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's plea, "I am still here," etched on the walls, ensured her enduring memory and eventual triumph of justice, casting light upon the shadows of the past. Story 26. The hotel sat quietly, a relic of the past, a temporary haven for weary travelers. The receptionist handed her the key, a peculiar glint in his eye. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue sparked within her. That night, navigating the shadowy corridor, she paused at that very door. The metal handle chilled her hand, the door indistinguishable from its neighbors until she pressed her ear against it. A soft, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke groggily, slipping beneath the caution tape sealing off the crime scene. The metallic tang of blood greeted her, a familiar scent that tingled her senses. The room told a grim tale, a pristine bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and in between, the grisly sight of a young woman sprawled on the floor. Blonde locks fanned out like a halo, vacant eyes staring upwards, frozen in a silent scream. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers. "The third one this year," the forensic expert remarked clinically, capturing the scene through his lens. "Same modus operandi," Reed nodded solemnly. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the shabby motel surroundings. An open designer handbag sat on the bedside table, contents untouched. This was no robbery. Something more sinister drove this killer. The hotel manager lingered anxiously at the threshold, his complexion drained. She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never imagined, his voice faltered. The maid discovered her during cleaning. Reed surveyed the room again, no signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds. The victim had either welcomed her assailant or recognized them. At the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board. 3 women strikingly similar, found in rundown motels. The media buzzed with speculations of a serial predator. "Autopsies in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation. No DNA under the nails, no signs of assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was personal, not a random act. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage yielded no leads. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, had no apparent enemies. A breakthrough came during an interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from work, the sister divulged shakily. "Secretive about him, I think he's married," Reed leaned in. "Any name, just see," the sister whispered. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as reserved, dedicated. None knew of any relationship. A business card tucked in her desk led to Charles Emerson, senior VP. Emerson appeared composed during questioning, but a flicker in his eyes unsettled Reed. "Did you know Werner outside of work?" she probed. A momentary lapse crossed Emerson's face. Strictly professional. Forensics linked partial prints to Emerson's handbag. Confronted, he confessed to an affair with Werner, but denied any involvement in her death. Hotel records revealed a credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid with his corporate card. A hidden camera in that room exposed his sinister deeds. Fibers, DNA, and incriminating files sealed his fate. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade crumbled. "They threatened everything," he murmured. "The trial was swift, the verdict damning. Families found closure as justice prevailed. Emerson's mask of indifference remained, except for a fleeting moment when Reed glimpsed the void within him." Dubbed the door on the left case, it captivated minds and chilled spines. But for Reed, the enigma lingered. Sometimes, wandering hotel corridors, she pondered the mysteries lurking behind closed doors. In the evidence vault, 3 hotel keys lay dormant, silent reminders of the unfathomable secrets that certain doors guard forever. Story 27: The Enigmatic Manor. The new owners of the elegant Victorian manor initially brushed off the crackling sounds emanating from the old intercom system late at night as a mere peculiarity. A relic of a bygone era, the system had been rewired but left forgotten in the depths of time. However, one fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband. With a trembling hand, he pressed the button, and a whisper, like a ghostly echo, crackled through the aged speaker, posing an unsettling question. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, his heart racing, only to find his wife standing behind him, denying ever uttering those words. The manor stood silent, enveloped by ancient oak trees, its exterior weathered by time, yet concealing a modernized interior that belied its historical charm. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at an unexpectedly affordable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the initial tour. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel under her unmarked vehicle's tires adding a faint crunch to the night's stillness. The dispatcher's call had hinted at a possible break-in, but there was an unspoken depth to the situation that piqued the detective's interest. Daniel, with a ghostly pallor, welcomed her at the entrance, and as they entered, he recounted the eerie events that had unfolded. "It all began with the intercom," Daniel explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. First, there was just static, then whispers, and eventually full sentences. My wife thought I was losing my mind until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping a mug of untouched tea. Without preamble, she revealed the startling discovery they had made hidden behind a wall during renovations. As Daniel had endeavored to expand the kitchen pantry, they had stumbled upon a small leather-bound journal wrapped in deteriorating plastic. Detective Reeves, wearing protective gloves, gingerly flipped through the fragile pages, revealing the harrowing entries penned by a woman named Alina, the presumed former owner. Her elegant yet frantic handwriting chronicled her growing fear of her husband, Vincent, and his sinister intentions. The last entry dates back 30 years, Daniel disclosed. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned purchasing the house from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation unveiled the haunting truth of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the house's previous inhabitants. Records indicated Vincent had sold the property shortly after Alina's mysterious disappearance, with no traces of her existence beyond that point. A meticulous search of the property uncovered anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation, leading to the grim discovery of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of fatal head trauma. Among the remains lay a poignant clue, a gold wedding band inscribed with the words, "To Alina, my eternal love." Vincent Blackwood, now aged and residing in a care facility, confessed to the murder when faced with irrefutable evidence. His chilling admission revealed a web of deceit woven over decades, depicting Alina's continuous presence through the intercom as an unbearable torment that drove him to silence her forever. The trial swiftly concluded with Vincent pleading guilty, his sentencing reflecting the heinous nature of his crime and the prolonged deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith, unable to reconcile the manor's dark past, eventually sold the property, bidding farewell to its haunting legacy. Before departing, they honored Alina with a poignant memorial in the restored garden. The intercom system, a bearer of secrets, was dismantled by the subsequent owners during renovations, echoing with static and whispers that the workers attributed to mere interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one last time before its closure, pondering how the house itself had transcended time to unveil its hidden truths. Vincent Blackwood's reckoning had come, thanks to Alina's enduring voice that refused to be silenced. Among local law enforcement, the case became known as the house that answered back, a testament to the manor's enigmatic tale. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the manor on her way home, slowing down with the window cracked open, as if attuned to the whispers carried by the wind, a reminder of the enigmatic forces that lingered within the walls of the house that held its secrets close.